Hey everybody, it is day 4 in the Duane Davis trial. Keffe D, Tupac murder trial, whatever you're calling it. We're going to do a quick recap. We're waiting for court to start anyway. I wasn't able to get on screen and do any recaps during the stream yesterday because my power was out and I was using a generator and wanted to just kind of keep it simple with my laptop. But I'm back today, very excited to be back with you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me yesterday, even though I was in the chat only. And real quick, whether you're joining in, today's your first day watching this trial, there are some clips on my channel if you want to go back and quickly watch key testimony. But besides that, I think I've got us. Today, it seems like we're going to be listening to recordings. Everybody's favorite thing to do through court audio, listen to interviews. So we're going to hear Keffe D speaking at the 2008, I don't know if we'll get to the 2009, interviews that Dupree testified about yesterday. Remember, even though Dupree is part of the LAPD, he was present for the 2009 Las Vegas Metro Police Department interview. So, seems like those recordings were authenticated yesterday. And Michelle McPhee with LA Mag predicts that it's about 5 hours. 5 hours of recordings. So, brace yourselves. And a quick summary while we're waiting anyway. Hopefully this will help us out because there's kind of been a lot of dates and just stuff to follow. So here's a little bit of an infographic with the different dates and times of these conversations. And remember, going into this, the state's theory is that the shooting of Tupac was retaliation for the beating of Orlando Anderson, Keefe D's nephew, at the MGM Grand after the Mike Tyson fight. The state isn't alleging that Keffe D is the one who pulled the trigger, but they're saying that he participated in and orchestrated. He was the shot caller for this type of get-back shooting that fatally struck Tupac. So, with that being said, remember that some of these statements from Keffe D, the state doesn't care if Keffe D is saying he's the one that pulled the trigger or not. We do have some action in court. As soon as it starts speaking, we'll get over there. Remember, we've already heard the interview with Detective Fred Miller. That took place in June of 1997, and that's the one where we started hearing about all the different cars. Davis wasn't facing any charges at that time, but they were interviewing him to see if he knew anything about the Biggie shooting, right? So that's why we had that one. From FBI Special Agent Wade Lee, that was a proffer, and during that time period, Keffe D was facing federal charges, right? He was, potentially looking for benefits, leniency with cooperating. And during this, he denies having any knowledge or involvement of Tupac's murder, but he's eventually going to start mentioning Suge Knight and speculating that perhaps Compton PD may have had some involvement. Then in April of 1999, we have another interview. He's already in custody, though, because of the previous case, and he still continues to deny personal involvement in Tupac's murder. But he's still pointing towards, maybe there was some beef going on between Death Row Records and what have you. What I think is what the state wants to focus on is what Keffe D starts saying in 2008. And that's what we're supposed to start listening to today. These were the recorded proffers where Darren Dupree from LAPD were present. We heard yesterday that they were recorded. And Duane Davis was facing serious charges here. So hanging over his head, he's got charges for possession of PCP and cocaine. He could do up to life for the charges he was facing. And this is where we heard yesterday through Dupree's testimony, and I'm assuming we're going to hear for ourselves in the recording, where Keffe D's like, hey, when it comes to Biggie, we didn't do that, but we did the other one, which was taken to mean the Tupac shooting. So then we start getting into some details, and we're supposed to hear them in Duane Davis's own voice today, where he's describing getting the gun, putting it to the back seat. He's supposed to be in this white Cadillac. He's placing himself not just in Vegas during this proffer, but he's also saying he was in the vehicle at the time of the shooting and provided the gun that was used to carry out the shooting. And then we also heard what I think people thought was the bombshell, even though I don't think it's necessarily new outside of the case, is that this was supposed to be something that Sean Combs, Puffy, Diddy, was paying for. And seems like that payment, whatever the case may be, never made it to where it was supposed to go, according to Davis. So we're really going to be listening to what Darren Dupree described and summarized yesterday as the raw audio recordings today. So I'm kind of excited to hear it, you know, the raw material, the primary source material. But I'm hoping the quality's good. When we listened to that Miller interview, it was not the easiest thing to listen to. And I really don't like that yellow and white, like, live transcription display where the live text is like kind of bland and white, and then the not active text is what's highlighted in yellow. It's kind of hard to follow along with, but we'll get through it. We will get through it. Good to see everybody. Come on in. Hey, hey, hey. And again, if you're wondering why we're starting late, just like day 3, the court had a half day. There were other matters already scheduled in advance. And Kathy Roussan from Law and Crime said there are a few other days that will be the same with like awkward scheduling from the court, but everybody does know in advance. It's not like something happened within this case that caused court to start late. It was other cases, other matters. Amanda joining us today saying, yay, chat. And yes, if you need to catch up, it looks like the judge is about to start talking and introduce the case. So we'll probably get right into it. But I do have, with a lot of the cases I do, I put together a notes page where I put links to each of the days and all my recaps and all my notes together. Because of the power outage, it's not as ready as I'd like it to be. But I will update the description of all these streams to add that link and probably share it publicly tomorrow, at the latest Saturday. So if you guys need to go back and search for any details, look at what a witness said, look at some of the available exhibits, I'll give you that link to the comprehensive trial doc within the next 2 days. So looking forward to getting that out there and done finally. Other than that, you guys, what do you guys think of, you know, some of the jury questions? For me, what's really sticking out to me is the jury asked, like, what did you verify? And when I say the jury asked, that could just be one juror that had that question, right? So a juror asked that question, but that doesn't mean another juror didn't have that same question, or that by asking a certain question, that the other jurors start thinking about something as like kind of a cue through that question. I'm just astonished that the state's argument is, hey, you should find Keefe D guilty. You should believe him when he says he orchestrated this because he said it himself in his book and he said it in 2008. But apparently nobody believed it, or maybe just didn't care enough to do anything about it when he said it in 2008. So I don't know, kind of not a win-win either way. So, oh my goodness. My goodness. Oh no, Sheriff Chuck is out of power. Oh no, am I spreading the... Oh no. I'll stop jinxing us. Fingers crossed for power restoration quickly here. Yeah, they still haven't turned the sound on.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407.
There we go.
Normal party present. Anything we need to address outside the presence, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Just one thing. Apparently, it was marked, state's proposed 145, and I said 149. And so the clerk marked it as admitted 149 instead of admitted 145. So we just need to correct the record. We're going to replace the 149 with the 145. She asked me to put it on the record.
Perfect. Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection.
Perfect. That'll be done. Was there anything that you needed to put on record regarding a statement not being introduced?
I don't think we need to put it on the record, but
Okay.
I mean, I know the court has ruled on it, but we made the determination not to offer it.
Which statement is that, just so if we ever need an appellate record? Okay.
When they approach, that means we can't hear it. So some statement that they litigated pre-trial. I guess they need to have a further hashing out. And we can't hear what exactly it is. It is what it is. Maybe we'll hear more when they come back. Sabata mentions that it's a parallel to YSL, that no one's indicting at the time, and then all of a sudden somebody's talking and then there's a case. Yeah, and especially with the YSL trial, like
All right,
using
anything else we
RICO.
need to address before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring them in.
All right, jury's coming in. But they used the RICO in the YSL trial to like relitigate stuff that was already part of other cases. So, hot mess. KP, thank you for the 2. Thank you so much. Is asking, is your like button working? Hit that like button. Use it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. And I'm going to make, let's get the screen big if we get these audio recordings. That way the transcription will be nice and big.
All right, the party stipulates the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the state's case in chief. State, who's the next witness you will be calling at this time?
Devonta Lee.
Oh! We're getting Dirt Rock Lee? Did I hear that right? Oh boy.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Devonta Lee, spelled D-E-N-V-O-N-T-A, last name Lee, L-E-E.
Thanks, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. Wall, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Sir, you did not volunteer to be here, is that fair?
No, I didn't.
In fact, you are under a court order to be here
Yes,
through a subpoena.
yes,
In fact, you have expressed many times the fact that you do not want to participate in this.
yeah.
But understanding that you're a court order, you don't have a choice whether or not to sit in that chair. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
I want to ask you a little bit about the mid-1990s. Where were you living?
At the time, I think Hawthorne.
Did you ever start spending time in Compton?
Yes,
And what was, who were you spending time with?
my homeboys and people around, you know, friends.
At some point, were you spending time with a person you knew as Big Dre?
Yes,
Would you describe him as a friend?
yeah,
And then later on, did you start spending time with a person by the name of Orlando Anderson?
yes, I did.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes,
As a result of your relationship with Orlando Anderson, did you start coming into contact with the South Side Compton Crips?
oh, yes, I did.
Can you tell us how that happened?
Meaning, we used to go over there and, you know, hang out. And we wasn't from over there at that time, but we knew a couple of people. So, you know what I mean? We go over there, hang out, or whatnot, chill.
And then, is it fair to say at some point that you were given a option of joining Southside Crips or facing a different kind of repercussion?
Yeah, I would say it was an option, like, you know, either or, basically.
And can you tell us what the either or was?
Well, at the time, it was either, you know, we're going to join or we just can't come around no more.
And did you ultimately join?
Yeah, I did.
And how does that work? How did you join?
Or you get put on, meaning, you know, have a fight or whatever,
Now,
things of that nature.
is it always this fight? Is it always a one-on-one, or sometimes is it multiple people on one?
Sometimes it's not one-on-one. If you get lucky, you know what I mean, you might get a fair one like that. But other than that, sometimes it's not one-on-one.
And when you say a fair one, you mean a one-on-one.
Yeah.
All right. And so when you did you get a fair one, or did you have to get jumped in by multiple people?
Oh, I had a fair one. Yeah, it was not multiple people.
And how'd that happen? How'd that come about? You getting a fair one?
Well, I mean, I don't understand the question.
Well, did Mr. Anderson assist you in joining the South Side Crips?
Oh, honestly, he didn't assist us on joining nothing. He just was there to make sure, because we was, we're friends of his, to make sure basically that we had a fair, shake. We get a fair chance. Won't get dogged out, or not unless you got dogged out by that one, whoever he was fighting. So yeah, he was, he was there to make sure that everything went pretty much as smooth as it can go.
And so Orlando Anderson was basically looking out for you.
Yeah, he was looking out for all those.
Now, are you familiar with a person that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Yes.
And who was he in the South Side Crips in the mid-90s?
He was a hustler. He was known for hustling. That's what he was known. What I knew from him is he was a hustler. He, grew up around there. That's basically what he was. Yeah.
And when you say he was a hustler, for those of us who don't understand what that means, what does that mean? Is he getting money? Is he doing other things?
He's getting money. Yeah, he's getting money. That's what it is.
And how is he getting
on
money?
A higher level?
On a higher level. So he's not just getting. There are some people who are let's say hustling and get money on maybe a lower level, and then there are people who are making bigger money.
Yeah, fair? Of course, you could say that's safe to say. He's on a bigger level.
He was on a bigger level. And when we're talking about getting money, are we talking about through working a 9 to 5, or are we talking about narcotics?
It was narcotics.
All right, and then when you got initiated into the Southside Crips through a fair one. After that, would you hang around the Southside area a lot?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And is it sometimes referred to as the neighborhood?
You said it was.
The neighborhood is like.
Yeah, I mean that's where we're from. That's where we're going to be.
Okay. And you had said we had talked about Orlando Anderson. Did he have any relation to the Keefe D?
Did Orlando?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his nephew.
Okay. Orlando was Keefe's
nephew.
Okay.
Yeah.
And being a Davis, or being part of that family in Southside, was that a big deal?
I wouldn't say it's a big deal. I mean, because there's a lot of families in our neighborhood, but they were pretty, prominent family,
And then, did the day you got initiated, did DeAndre also get initiated?
Yes.
And are you familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
Was he older than you, or was he your age?
Yeah, he was older than me.
So,
yeah, he was older than me.
So I assume he was in before you were in.
No, yeah, way longer. Yeah, before, yeah.
He's more of a you were kind of in the group that Big Dre, Orlando, that age group.
That was that. Yeah, that's that era. Yeah, that was. Yeah. And
then Terrence Brown was, I'd say, would it be fair to say Terrence Brown's part of an older group along with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
During that time, did the South Side have any rival gangs in Compton?
We had a lot of rival gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
It's a lot,
Understood. Was Mob Piru one of those rival gangs?
Yes.
And Looters Park Piru also?
Yes.
In the mid-90s specifically, like 1995, 1996, was there a war going on between Southside and Mob Piru?
Yes.
I'm going to focus your attention to around 1995. In 1995, were you aware whether or not Mob Piru was associating with a music label?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And what music label was that?
Death Row Records.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of, or went by the name of Suge Knight?
Yes.
And would you say that he associated with Mob Piru?
Yes.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yeah.
And would he also associate with Suge Knight, Death Row, and Mal Pyru?
Yes.
Now, with regards to South Side, were you guys hanging out with another record label?
I mean, we have hung out with another record label. Yeah.
Yeah. And what record label was that?
It was Bad Boy.
And Bad Boy, is that the record label that was being run by Sean Puffy Combs?
Correct.
And when you say you would associate with them, what would you go to concerts? Would you just hang out? What would be the nature of the connection that you saw between South Side and Bad Boy?
I mean, we went to a couple of like concerts. I've seen them before. That concerts or they came to our neighborhood before. And that's it.
And when you would go to concerts, who would organize you going to that concert? How would you know to go to the concert?
Well, we just basically all do because they say we got tickets or da-da-da-da, and we all, they'd be like, okay, you're going to go to the concert, you get your ticket, and you go.
Would you, was your understanding part of it was to ensure that Bad Boy was not bothered by other gangs?
That was the basis of it, I believe. Yeah, I would say that.
And was there a particular gang that people in Bad Boy were worried about?
Yeah, they was worried about the Death Row.
I want to take your attention to the summer of 1996, in particular the Lakewood Mall. Are you aware of an incident that took place at the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that event?
Because I was there.
And that summer of Lakewood Mall, what happened? What were you doing at Lakewood Mall?
One of our friends, he was going off to college, and he had went up there to grab some things to get prepared for college. So we went along with him. And,
Do you know where the money came from for this person who's going to college to get these things?
yeah, Keefe was helping, try to get He needed, a lot of, I don't know what college kids need really, but, need a little TV probably, a little, clothes and things of that nature.
And Lakewood Mall's not in Compton, is it?
Not at all.
Is it fair to say it's about 15, 20 minutes away from Compton?
Yeah, if that.
And just so things have changed in the last 30 years.
Of course.
Back then, you couldn't order things on Amazon and have them delivered to your house, right? You actually had to go
No, I
someplace.
doubt it. I don't remember.
So at the Lakewood Mall, you're there with other South Side Crip members. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And was Orlando Anderson one of the people that were with you?
Yes, Orlando was with us.
Okay. And then, did you happen to run in that day into people from Monte Carlo or Death Row Records?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, we basically were coming from different sides of the mall, and we were, walking towards each other. And I guess we basically seen each other simultaneously. And we noticed people. They noticed us. They kept, coming our way. We kept coming that way. And a couple of words was exchanged once it got close enough. You know what I mean? And that's when the fight broke out.
So a fight broke out?
Yeah.
And by that, we're talking about people punching each other and tackling each other.
Yeah.
On the other side, were you aware of somebody by the name of Travon Lane there?
Yeah, I was aware of Travon, yeah.
And in particular, there's talk about a Death Row chain or medallion hanging from Travon Lane's neck. Did you see that?
Yeah, did I see the chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen the chain.
Okay. During the fight, did anything happen to that chain?
Yeah, during the brawl, it came off his neck.
Now, Let me ask you something about the significance of a chain or something like that. Is there any special significance to taking somebody's chain?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, well, yeah, of course.
Can you explain that?
I mean, that was their logo, and so it's like you taking that from them is, like you got something, to at least harp about or to say, hey, look, I took this. That's all it would be.
Would it be considered disrespectful to rip somebody's chain off?
Yes.
How did that brawl end? Like what made you guys stop fighting?
Oh well, the police came. You know what I mean? The police came, separated the parties. They didn't even try to talk to nobody or nothing. They just wanted to get the situation under control. Everybody just, leave. Just get out of there. So that's what they did. They came in, it separated us basically. We went our way, they went their way.
Is it fair to say that Lakewood is a little different of a place than Compton?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah. Yeah, it is.
A little more suburban?
A little more, yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
And at that point, it sounds like that whoever the police was in Lakewood just was asking you guys to get out of there, right?
Yeah, they just wanted it to be, you're in the mall. It's, families, kids, they just wanted to get it handled, situated, and get people out of there.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
What if a juror asks how the chain just fell off?
Exhibits that's already been admitted. I'm going to show you Exhibit 62. Who's that?
Mr. Davis.
Show you Exhibit number 63. Who's that?
Mr. Anderson.
Show you Exhibit number 64. Who's that?
Mr. Smith.
Let me show you Exhibit number 65. Who's that?
Mr. Brown.
Let me show you Exhibit number 60. Who's that?
That's Travon.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize the people in here? The ones' faces that are blurred?
Yeah, the people I know is Orlando, me, and Big Dre.
And then, is this just a wider out version of that photo?
Yeah, same thing, same deal. What I just told you, us three.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been already admitted, States 66. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, Orlando and Keefe.
Did you go to the Mike Tyson fight when Mike Tyson fought Bruce Seldon the weekend that Tupac Shakur got shot?
No, I didn't.
How come?
I was incarcerated.
It's fair to say that that incarceration began in July 8th of 1996.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay. In 2006, is it fair to say that you started doing work for the DEA?
Yeah, HIDTA.
Yeah, HIDTA, yeah.
Yeah.
And is that after you got caught trafficking some drugs as well?
Correct.
Okay. And in the mid-2000s, you got 5 payments, is that right?
I think something like that.
And that was for $2,000, $500, $1,000, $1,300, and $500 for a total of $5,300. Is that fair?
That's probably fair to say. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember it,
Yeah,
but if I told you that, you wouldn't disagree with me.
No, not at all.
Okay. Court's involved. So I'll pass the witness.
That was nice and quick. Okay.
Cross, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, your street moniker is Dirt Rock.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you come with that moniker? How did that happen?
It was given to me.
And with regards to your testimony here today, you've told us a little bit about your work with HIDTA. That's for drugs, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And while you're
Drugs and other things. HIDTA is a task force, so it's drugs and everything. It's
Okay.
ATF, DEA, all that.
right.
Right.
And with regards to your work with HIDTA, of course, because it's about everything, technically, if you saw other types of crimes being committed while you're working for HIDTA, you would tell the HIDTA people because it's part of a overall task force, right?
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm tell them what they asked me about. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna tell them nothing outside of the realm of what they're seeking or looking for.
Right. And fair to say, though, with regards to what they were seeking and looking for, at some point they were targeting Mr. Davis as a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
And so you were helping them with that information that they needed, right? And that information came in early of 2008, meaning that you were helping them in April and May and that kind of thing.
I'm not sure the dates, but I eventually was, helping them. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember the dates.
Your Honor, would a review of a report from the DOJ with regard to your participation help refresh your recollection?
They might, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Just take a look at the report, look at the date, don't have to say anything, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Look at the date. Where's the date? Is it? Okay, I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And with regard to this document I gave you, it looks like the date that I've shown you is the date for July 10th, 2008. Is that right?
Yes, that's the date that's on there.
Okay. And fair to say for the jury, once again, you're working with the HIDTA team, and that's even prior to July of 2008, you were working with the HIDTA team. Fair?
You said prior till
July of 2008.
2008.
Yes, sir.
I was working with HIDTA. I only worked with HIDTA one time, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Like,
All right. And I want to make sure that the jury, that we're clear for the jury.
I
So
understand.
let me show you my job. Would a review of another document help you refresh your recollection as to how many times you worked with HIDTA?
it might. Let me see.
This is,
Whisper. Keefe D shaking his head and wiping his nose.
You may.
Sorry. All right, sir. Now showing you the document. You recall having an interview with a couple of the special agents from HIDTA on September 10th, 2007.
Yes, I recall.
All right. And then also, once again, just for the jury's edification, showing you a document here. Were you also working with HIDTA on April 3rd, 2008?
See, working and being interviewed is two different things.
Okay, so you were being interviewed by HIDTA on April 3rd, 2008.
Yeah, that's what it says.
And you were given information with regards to Mr. Davis on April 3rd, 2008, right?
I didn't get no information about Mr. Davis. I didn't even know at the time what, I was there on what I was there for.
Once again, this is about drugs. I'm talking about drugs. So with
I am
regards to, regarding 2008, April 3rd, were you there to speak to HIDTA agents about drugs?
Yeah, pretty much. Not entirely, but yes.
All right, when you say not entirely, what do you mean?
I'm saying we did talk about drugs. We talked, yeah, we did.
Anything else besides drugs in your 2000? I want to make sure the jury understands.
Okay,
In
yeah,
April of 2008, besides drugs that you talked about?
No, that's it. That's all we talked about.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, in your time that you've spent with HIDTA, you had shared some information with regards to what we now call the Lakewood incident. Remember, we just talked about this a second ago?
Yeah.
All right, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the Lakewood incident occurred?
It was in '96. I want to say July. That's what I want to. Yeah, that's July. I feel it's July of 1996.
Can you help us as to how you know it was in July?
Yeah, because it was the summer,
It was in the summer.
and he was getting ready to go to school. So I know he had to be there that summer. You know, start up his training and stuff for football.
Okay. So if somebody else, an FBI agent came in here and told us that it was a couple weeks before the fight in Las Vegas, would he be mistaken?
You said who came in and said what?
If somebody else testified about that date and said it happened a couple
Objection,
weeks
Your
before
Honor, to
school.
have this witness talk about what another witness stated.
I'm just asking you.
And that witness was stating what he said.
You can't
All right, thank you.
opine as to whether he's mistaken or not?
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You shared the details of the Lakewood incident, right? You told people you described it, correct?
Describe it to who?
To various different people over the time since the time it happened. You've explained it to various different people. In fact, to us right now, today.
Yeah, so I mean I did because I'm doing it to y'all right now. So yeah,
Right. And so with regards to your description, can you tell us, describe for us what happened during the Lakewood Mall incident?
same thing I just told. We got to fight. And
Now, isn't it fair, though, that at some point in the future, and I want to make sure I'm clear as to the date, you had an interview with a Detective Mogg from Metro?
Oh boy.
oh yeah, I did.
Okay, and you recall that interview was actually on July 11th, 2023 in Las Vegas?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Right. And would looking over a transcript of your interview with Detective Mogg help refresh your recollection as to what you told him on that day?
Well, I couldn't tell him too much more different than what I already said. So yeah, come on with it.
Right. All right.
All right. Well, they're gonna get this. He said, "Come on with it."
Yeah, question.
Refresh my recollection.
Sir, I'm showing you your statement here. And I want you to read.
The highlighted.
Question. Yeah.
I wonder what it says because Keefe D looks like he's like smiling or something. Who's the most credible witness this
Okay,
trial so
now
far,
what's your
chat?
question?
Let's vote.
Now, with regard to what you reviewed, clear to say that you told Detective Mogg a more specific sort of thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
Yeah, it was by Foot Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall, fair?
Yeah, it's turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right, you described it as mayhem
What?
that was occurring in that Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Is this real life?
One moment, please, John.
Of course.
How? How was a fight so bad?
Sorry, let me back up.
A shop needed to remodel.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Any further questions, Mr. Flynn?
Of course not.
And is there a police report to corroborate this damage? So that's what he was saying to Detective Mogg in July of 2023. That's wild.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness except for one thing. I don't think I moved before the witness leaves.
Forgot
I
to
don't think
enter
I
an
moved
exhibit.
the exhibits into evidence. I just want to be clear about that before the witness is off the stand.
Okay.
Which is state is moving proposed exhibit 71, 70, 65, 64. It's evidence.
64, 65, 70, and 71.
That's impressive, yes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you. Then with that, no further questions.
All right, one final thing, Mr. Lee. Anybody from, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, got it. Can I have the parties approach?
All right, they're going to review the jury question. Like, what is happening? And like, seriously, like a little fight outside, maybe no report, maybe they didn't think it was significant at the time. But if there was damage, you would think that the store would file a police report. So that way they could, reclaim, send it to their insurance, and that could be used in the remodel. So are we going to see any type of corroboration of this?
Jurors, Mr. Lee. What did you receive multiple payments for if you gave information to HIDTA once?
Well, it was during, the course of the investigation and things like that. That's what it was for. During the course of the whole thing, they have different ways of, looking out for you or giving you something to try to help your situation or something like that.
Any follow-up based on that state?
Nope.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for being with us, Mr. Lee. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's your next witness, State?
So we're going to play the 2008 statement, which I think will probably take up the rest of the day.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
this
it's
is the long
already
one.
been admitted. Remind us what exhibit that is.
That's a great question. I think it's going to be. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to have to grab the disc.
Okay.
I have it uploaded on my computer.
Do you know Ryan? Okay.
I think 117. Haha, I got it first.
So you can proceed with playing exhibit 117 then.
You heard that, Chat? I got it slightly before they said 117.
If we just maybe the volume down in the beginning because it's really staticky, and then we'll turn it up when they start talking.
All right, they're going to control volume, but just in case, we're also going to lower ours a little bit. That way, oh my god, they're not lying. It's like popcorn. Oh. I feel like I'm like, you ever use like a Bluetooth headset in a windy day walking outside? He says it clears up though, so. Why couldn't they cut this out?
No, Duane.
Hey. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Here we go. All right, so remember, we are in 2008 for a proffer statement that Dupree was present for. He summarized some parts of this yesterday and also authenticated it, but they saved it to listen to today because it's like 3 hours and change long. So here we go. Cating is also present, as you can see on the screen. Who said you get this catered? Someone's asking about catering.
Get this thing catered? Yeah, I think we would be here for a while.
Oh, dude, you can just walk out there and buy breakfast. I'm not dude.
Yeah?
Hey, man, you hungry? Keith? You want something to eat? We're gonna be here for a while. A couple hours, 3-4 hours maybe.
Oh man, I had to pick up my wife though.
What time?
2:30.
Okay, we'll have you out of here by 1:30. Oh, look. If they have any of that white home liquor,
Are they like putting the recorder in their pocket? Like, what are they doing?
I didn't say no spook down game either. Okay. A couple of weeks for the murder.
okay.
Good stuff.
Who is this guy again?
He was the guy, he was a witness that got shot and killed after the incident. And before he really had a ability to make any statements.
So much dead time here. And while they're quiet, if you're relying on the transcript for parts that are hard to hear, the text on the screen has already been incorrect from this little portion that we've heard. And when we listened to the Miller interview, there was the same problem with like several key words that were just not transcribed correctly on the text on screen. So let's proceed with caution.
He's talking to Dupree, yeah.
said I seen Reggie Wright up there neither.
Okay.
Okay.
Regarding what? In Compton or at the Biggie thing?
At the Biggie thing.
Okay.
He's reviewing a written statement that he gave previously right now. Or a report of his verbal statements taken by law enforcement previously. So the things that we heard summaries of yesterday. Like, look at this transcript. It says the Tupac Dripple murder homicide.
The two quadruple murder homicide in Compton. Concerning the two, okay, yeah.
A lot of shooting in Compton after that Tupac thing.
Sorry for the late, guys. You know how
That sounds like Dupree.
it's so difficult out here to make a living. Trying to hustle? Oh, I'm trying, man, but nobody wants to buy anything from me. No, just kidding.
Wayne,
Yes, sir.
keeps going over his original statements that he gave after his
Oh, okay.
arrest back in 90, whatever.
Are you hiding the donuts and coffee and all that?
These guys wouldn't let me get it.
See? I know how y'all is. See,
I'm trying to help you out, man. I'm looking after your
it's
heart.
trickery. See a fat boy here, you guys like me, and we're gonna fool him, make him come to me.
It says Higgins.
Checking out for peace.
No, it's just sounds out. I was wondering. How you guys been?
Good, man. Good.
How's the holidays going?
So far, so good.
Really? Yeah, it's coming up fast, isn't it? Faster than I expected.
Next week, we'll be here and be over. Which is always a good time.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. Is my secretary here? Or someone else let you guys in? It was open. Oh, it was open? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Some dude came in with like a cart full of food. People came out like ants, man.
Oh, okay.
They got some guy pulling a cart around selling sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, they do that around here.
That's pretty cool.
For people that don't want to go to the cafes that they just have, they come from sweet to sweet.
Right.
I know, it is pretty, because there's not a lot of restaurants around here.
Yeah, that's convenient, man.
Yeah, it's convenient. Because restaurants are kind of expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never eat around here.
Does that dude charge a lot? I didn't ask him how much it was.
So. Yeah, probably like $5 or $6 or whatever they can get.
Yeah.
But it's a smart move. It's smart because,
Yeah.
provide me a couple $100 a day. See you in a while, man.
Holiday,
Yeah.
Nice office, man.
Meager surroundings. Yes. We're moving down the street actually to the Death Row building.
Is that right?
Yeah, we thought we wanted to be part of history.
That's kind of ironic.
Yeah. It's nice that we did it.
Yeah, it's real nice. I seen it from the outside, not the inside.
Yeah, this lawyer and doctor bought it. I know the lawyer. Her name is Shelley McMillan, and this doctor bought it. And they,
He's at the hospital right now. This is his father. He's a minor.
It's nice.
Okay. Yep, I've already, okay.
That's the Nike watch?
Yeah, I've already spoken with somebody from your guys' office and
G-Shock.
provided it all,
Oh, yeah.
probably 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
Thanks, man. My wife got it for me.
Yeah. She loves you, huh?
A little. Only on my birthday.
Yes, pretty minor.
Yeah, very
Probably
sweet.
pretty minor. Yeah.
Calling your birthday.
Yes, I do. I don't have it with me right now. I'm actually at work and I'm in a meeting and he has his medical card with him because he's going back in for another pre-op today. His mom does and she's with him, so he can
Still
probably
working,
call
man.
her.
What is that exactly what now?
No, oh no, that's his statements from.
Prior statements during when he was arrested.
Oh, okay.
It's 909
Yeah,
331
well, I'm not gonna look into that machine.
6272.
$19 phone, man.
What? It really doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
What kind of
Throwaway.
Boost.
Oh, Boost Mobile? Oh, they changed them. They're nice.
He's fine. Okay. No problem.
That's what they call you?
You just gotta throw them away faster, man.
I was, you had a motherfucker sitting next to me. Punk ass mother, he ain't even went and bought a phone for me.
I feel like I should laugh too. Like,
I like the way that Vegas does their reports.
It's almost like a federal report.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of those agencies have adopted that federal reporting system the FBI uses, where the way they structure their reports. I don't know why. But anything's better than LA though. LA are so screwed up the way they do it.
Hey, Greg, can I have a piece of scratch paper? Thank you.
Just need one, or do you want to?
Just one.
And we got accused of doing this one too. This is an anonymous caller said an off-duty LAPD working security killed Tupac. We can't win, can we? It's on those weeds that
Yeah, LAPD, a bunch of killers, man.
Here's interesting, 9/24/96, a caller from New York claiming to be Sean Puffy Combs said he hired someone to blow up night. Something went wrong. Girls got involved. This is interesting.
I believe that one.
Are you gonna call in on himself?
Yeah, no, but somebody,
No, say
somebody just calling in.
He called.
Yeah. Well, he had to put some credibility to it, yeah.
Keefe, the second one's almost identical to the first one, so we don't need to go through that if you haven't already.
Hey Keith, the guy who wrote that wants to know if you still have the girls going to the clubs on ecstasy.
Something ecstasy.
Yeah, that's the guy
Man,
who wrote
it's
that.
crazy as hell. Got no ecstasy. Okay, and Graham, I was the leader.
So really the only thing is the thing about Santana Block, the thing about getting dope from Pat back in '93 or whatever you said it was, and then what was the third thing? Oh, Reggie Wright. Those are the only three things?
Yeah.
Well, what about that whole bullshit about Tupac?
What's that?
The whole...
Oh yeah, that was bullshit.
All right. You can pass
Because it was
that back
bullshit.
over here.
Sure.
Today, Keefe, today what we're going to do, we're just going to go over with a fine-tooth comb the Las Vegas incident, 'cause we're going to draft up our report as regarding that specific thing. And then we're going to cover a few other things, but we do have to emphasize to you that everything in this report has to be right on, because if down the road it's determined that some of these details are incorrect, then everything's off the table. So everything in this report cannot be like that report.
Hey, I want to say this though too. I feel like I said that day, don't bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all. You know what I'm saying? I feel I'm being bullshitted.
Regarding what your deal?
You said yesterday, how Mike, I need to talk to Mike. You said it was over.
I need to talk to Mike. One is because I still got a tracker on his car. Two, I need his statement regarding the place in Paramount that was in his name. And there's some questions that are regarding to Mike. We're not bringing Mike in order to arrest him. But since Mike already knows that the police have contacted you and you're working with them, there should be no problem. It's up to Mike to keep his own mouth shut, and we're not going to be asking him about his people or his associates. That's not of concern to us.
Yeah.
If you hadn't told Mike, we wouldn't have talked to him. Or we wouldn't want to talk to him.
Okay, another thing. I know y'all been over Kevin's house.
On surveillance?
No,
No, we've never been to Kevin's house.
y'all haven't.
Ever.
Because I feel, why would y'all why not hire Edie?
There's some problems, in my opinion, and this may not be a shared opinion, but I just don't believe in Edie's ethics. I think he's a dirty attorney. I think that Edie will lie, cheat, and steal in order to get himself out of any kind of problem. I think that there was ethical problems with the way that he had Orlando testify on behalf of Suge Knight, and that whole thing is a problem we don't want to have to deal with. And as you know, Edie Fall also represents Michael Thoreau, and we just don't want all those problems.
He represent Michael Thoreau right now?
Well, right now. Him and Renee Campbell.
Yeah.
You know Renee Campbell?
And I know Al was in San Bernardino. He ain't had no fucking reason being down there. You know what I'm saying? I'm up on everything, dude. You think I'm not?
Well, Keefe, you know, you gotta do your homework, we respect that. Don't read too much into anything.
I'm not gonna do nothing to them dudes. I'm over, man. But I'm up on everything, dude.
Well,
Now, that's why he was in San Bernardino. What the fuck? He wrote me a letter. Keefe D, I'll never tell on you this and this and that. Ooh, man. I know you was in San Bernardino, coming to MDC, coming to see y'all, all that. I know all that shit, man. It was about 2-3 years ago. I know about the Tommy thing over there in Carlton Square. Boom. He told, man, I know a whole lot of shit, dude.
okay. Well, you probably know more than us. You know, we're doing our homework as we go. But again, we just don't want to deal with those problems that come along with Michael and that attorney. You know, I don't believe in the guy.
Yeah.
You know, I've had my encounters with him before, and they didn't go well.
Yeah.
And Keefe, some of the people that might be real close to you that you may want to protect may be the same people that sold you out. So take that into consideration when you're saying, I don't want to give up Compton, I don't want to give up my homeboys, stuff like that. I'm not saying anybody did it, but
I know.
close to you may have.
Yeah, I know. He said Eddie or Pat could be working with us. And that fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Keefe, let me say this. I know you.
And I know, let me say one more thing.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I got some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break you to your knees. I know y'all was gonna arrest me for this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I knew that shit, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that's how it go. That's how the game go.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yeah. These dudes are cold, man.
Well, let me say this too, Keefe.
I'm serious. I never thought I would retire. But y'all heard me on the phone, man. I'm through with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Too many dirty motherfuckers, low down, cross artists, everything. But they don't know I'm putting the double cross down. Fuck it. I'm with y'all.
And now, would you, let me say something.
Yeah.
He felt comfortable with Eve. But I want you to say this, and I know you sent him a lot of business stuff, but I would think you would think at this point that maybe you shouldn't think that way because you wouldn't be here. Because a lot of people that he dealt with may have participated in getting your ass here.
I know.
So I think you might want to look at it a little differently.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the whole picture, and I think
It's
you're
a
starting to
big
do
picture.
that.
And when with Snoop Dogg uncle, you know what I'm saying? Then at the airport with the fuck ass plane tickets. Y'all can't got him out. And his wife even put him on blast.
But you know,
Said, I don't know how you got out.
Just hold on.
All the people, all the speculation, just hold on to
I'm
that.
just leave it alone, yeah. I'm
Let's
just leave
just
it alone. Because that'll
move
make me mad, all that shit. That's why I smoke weed. Because I'm a dangerous motherfucker without smoking weed, dude. I get mad at easy, you know what I'm saying?
We know you, man. We know what you can do.
That's how Greg is without coffee.
Yeah. Y'all be sitting there, keep me calm, keep me from hurting people, man.
You don't want to do that.
You know what, man? Just like you out the game, leave all that behind.
Yeah.
Stop. My advice to you, but just stop thinking about who did what, and just think they all did it.
Yeah.
And then just trust the person that's sleeping in your bed with you, your wife. Other than that, just shut it down.
You
Let's just
messing
go
up.
forward.
No, and your lawyer.
Or your lawyer.
Yeah.
Don't be trying to.
I understand. This is a dirty war.
And let's let this Greg got some other stuff he wants to talk about.
Okay, good.
Yeah. What this ultimately comes down to is how valuable your life is, your family. And when I say your family, I don't mean your extended family. I mean your brothers and your sisters and your wife and your kids. That's it. Anything beyond that, as far as we're concerned, is fair game.
I thought Speedy.
Kevin will work out his own deals. Speedy ain't got a lot on the table. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And you know, we'll throw that one in if that's what's important to you. We'll throw that one in. But besides that, man, everything else is fair game for us.
I just want to say this, and me and Keefe had that conversation. I tried to explain to Keefe. You know, some people out there that you may have love for, but you can't control. That their stuff is way out. That's not within your zone. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that. You know,
But all of some of the bitches did me dirty, you know.
they're not. You know, they're out of the zone. So.
A majority of them, you know what I'm saying?
Again, don't think beyond your family. Don't
Yeah.
be concerned with anything beyond your family.
Right.
Kevin will come in, he'll work his own deal out. He's got to do that. You know, he's got a lot of liability out there in Richmond. And so your brother's going to have to come in and work his own details out, which I'm sure he'll do because he doesn't want his own family disrupted.
And he can help himself, but if you can't control him, you know, that's his situation. He created it. You don't have nothing to do with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ooh. They ain't like the old school dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? They ain't like the 80s and the early 90s dudes. These new wave, MySpace gangbangers. I know what's up, man. I'm through with this shit. I'm through with that neighborhood, all that. You know what I'm saying? Through with that shit, man.
Well, that's what
Corona way lovelier than Compton. I can get my head blowed off. You know what I'm saying? Paying $300,000-$400,000 for a house. You walk out the street and get your head blowed off.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. So again, this today's report that's going to get generated is specifically on Tupac Las Vegas incident, and we'll get you a copy of that report and have you make sure everything's solid before it's you know.
All right.
Man, but I feel I can still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal, and that's
What is said right here cannot be used against you, Keefe. Nothing you say today can be used against you. So don't even worry.
Yeah, nobody's trying to.
I was just waiting on the news camera to be at my house, man. You know what I'm
You're just
saying?
nervous. That's all.
We're not.
You gotta trust us too.
You're just nervous.
If something
When I
like,
seen you yesterday, I didn't know whether to phone out or not.
if something like that was to
What
happen
was you
to
doing
you,
yesterday?
At my house, man, yeah. So
we're gonna have to just knock this door and make sure.
Oh yeah, my phone was off.
I didn't know whether to phone. I said, man, they
That's
here.
why they sent me, man. They was trying to send somebody to knock on your door. It was like, you know, spam or something.
Yeah. And he said, man, you looking raggedy. Motherfucker, you just scared to live and shit off.
Donuts all over you.
Yeah. That spook, I swear, I had a dream that the cameras was there. Here go our man, bam.
Just give us a number.
that ain't gonna happen. We told you that nothing leaves this room, and that's the way it is. We wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Then my sister, you a punk motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Huh?
Is that in your dream?
No, Lando mama, man, is crazy as hell, man.
Why? What's she
She know about this?
No, she don't know.
Oh, don't tell her that, man. I know about
Yeah.
Charlotte, man.
Yeah, huh?
I know about Charlotte. She gonna bring the business if it comes on.
Hell yeah. Bust me in the head with a pistol or something. What the hell you doing?
That's what we're saying. We're gonna keep meeting from time to time like this. Live your life, stay out of trouble, do what you do. If you don't say nothing, it's cool. But if you go out there and start talking and looking for people who you possibly think talk to us and all that kind of stuff, you gonna cause you gonna
cause
your
wrong
own
problem. Yeah.
But with that, we gotta move forward on these questions you get ready to ask.
Okay.
We're gonna keep going over and over this
All
stuff.
right,
It's gonna take too much time.
All right. So that's it. We're going to start. Me and Jeff went back to New York. We did a little bit of groundwork back there. As far as the Tupac thing is going, you know, we just want to run down all the leads as far as they relate to Zip and to Puffy,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. You know, but at some point in time, we will have to go hit up Bubble Up, get his statement, and the other dude that was in the car that's still alive.
Ain't nobody else still alive.
Corey?
Corey wasn't there.
No.
Big Dre and Lane, they both did.
No, the other dude, Guitar Carol, or what they tank.
In the car behind, you want to show them the diagram first? And see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe be more clarifying it. Who was in that car with Zip? Or who, the van with Zip?
He wasn't in the van, he was in that Benz.
That's the way we had it. You let us know if that seating arrangement is right or wrong.
Anything you want to change towards the seating arrangement or whatever, just mark it on that one. Wherever you were sitting, wherever Nando was sitting, who was in that car behind.
No, well, y'all know this shit already.
But the seating arrangement might be, because were you driving?
What?
Were you driving in the first car? Because see that line says you're driving, okay. And who was driving the, Debbie Allen was in the car behind by herself?
No, he wasn't even there.
None of them guys went in the car behind?
Right?
He leaned over on the window, we rolled down the window, popped.
Who was it?
They would drove on my side, I would pop them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
So was there a second car behind you guys?
No, it was some girls hit that corner with us, dog, and we shot out their windows. I said, these bitches got more heart than the dudes, you know what I'm saying?
But any time was it this car behind you?
Not at all.
No, none of the homies was behind. No, like 3 or 4 cars behind, nothing like that.
Nothing.
Just one car.
Just one car. Then we hit the corner, the girl followed us, and we shot out her window. They got scared and stopped.
But they weren't with you guys.
They weren't with us, no.
It's the girls that you.
Push that back over here real quick.
We would think they security would follow us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the bras don't even have heart. They followed us halfway, we shut out their window. They scared.
Those are all the guys that you would recognize as being in the car, right? Lane, DeAndre, and Terrence.
Yeah.
Okay.
T-Brown.
Yeah.
Okay. So Orlando would have had to lean over the top of Dre, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what all the witnesses said too from the back.
I mean,
That was a heartbreaker. Oh, man.
Okay. All right. So leading up to that, do you know who Travon Lane is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay. So do you see Travon there at the just before the MGM at all?
I didn't see him.
Okay. All right. Then let's start back at the beginning. Let's go back to, this is 96, 3 concerts. Where were the concerts where you talked to Puffy and Zip at?
That was 96. That was when they gave that BET tour. It was everybody on the show. Let me see, it was Naughty by Nature. They was on the show, Mary J. What's that dude named? Jodeci, Greenblatt, Biggie, Faith, and the Junior Mafia.
that was a group.
That's BET tour?
Yeah.
Or
BET.
it was Superfest? It was a BET tour.
BET tour.
Where was it at? You remember that?
It was in San Diego. We went to one in San Diego. Went to one in Anaheim, Irvine, then in Vegas.
And all 4 of those locations, San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas, that was all the same tour? It was all BET tour with those acts?
Except the Irvine. The Irvine was a summer jam.
Okay, can you hit those acts again? Naughty by Nature, Biggie, Faith, Jodeci,
And
Mafia.
Junior
Junior
Mafia?
Mafia and Biggie.
And Faith Evans, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So all the acts on there were from Bad Boy, basically.
Mostly, yeah.
Oh,
And
no,
he had
Jodeci.
managed.
Put Jodeci
He had
down?
managed Jodeci and Mary J during that time.
So it was pretty much a Bad Boy Puffy
Yeah.
tour.
Are you going to be able to track down those dates, Darren?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Okay.
What that? Yeah.
All right. Now, on all 4 of those occasions, there's San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas. Which ones do you actually talk to Puffy at?
Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
Which of those 4 is it when you talk to him about murdering Tupac?
It was really about both of them. Either one. It was
Tupac and Suge, you mean?
Yeah, Anaheim. A couple of times at Greenblatt.
And where?
Greenblatt. Sunset.
Hey Greg, do you want to go back to like when they first like got in contact?
Yeah, we can start there. What year did Flint introduce you to Zip?
It's like maybe like 91, 92.
Oh, way back then?
Yeah.
Okay. Early 90s? Where does Flint introduce you to Zip at?
We had a baseball game, and he was they pitcher. They was calling him Dwight Gooden. We got a Dwight in. We used to play for like cases of champagne. They bring their team and we played in South Side. Yeah.
South Side Santana kind of like thing. Or just Flint.
They really think he an imposter. The Santanas do. You know what I'm saying? Cause he just like really. They charged him. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to join their gang. They was the baddest gang back then. But they don't really recognize them. They be on their ass, asking them for money and everything.
But it was Santana's baseball team.
No,
Playing
it was
Southside.
some LA dudes. It was Kelly, Keyshawn Johnson, a few more dudes.
So is it like a high school field? Like a local
No,
field?
that's Park, South Park.
So, okay.
So y'all basically played against them.
Yeah,
How many occasions did that happen? Like
about 3-4 times.
3 or 4 times?
Yeah,
All in one summer? Or was it over a period like a couple of years or just all in one summer?
maybe like a year.
Have a step up for a second.
Yeah.
And you were the captain of your team?
Yeah.
And who's the captain of the team? Flint?
Yeah.
So basically your team was his team. Whoever he bought, most of your players were what? South Side.
Yeah.
And he bought a lot of LA cats.
We had a little barbecue and we kicked it up. When we lost the game, we paid them the bottles. Went to the store and paid them the bottles.
So you played for what, Crystal, or for Champagne?
Yeah. Dawn, Crystal, yeah.
Okay, so that's early 90s. Flint's was busy doing PCP even back then?
I can't say. He was kind of starving then.
Okay.
He used to always ask me for money and all that shit.
Okay.
But 91, then we went out there in 91.
To New York?
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
Because he bought Zip to like the last baseball game or one of the first baseball games. Did he come to all? Did Zip come to all 3 games?
Yeah, he used to come on. Yeah, he was a pitcher.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
they used to call him the White Gooden.
Oh, okay.
The White Gooden for y'all.
That's how Flint introduced him as the White Gooden. Boom, he came in. He was a pitcher.
He doing them fancy curveballs.
Could he throw?
Yeah, we used to. We was good athletes in Southside. A lot of good athletes. Yeah.
Her Landon was a good athlete.
So quick, is that who you know as Zip?
Yeah. Now you got hair now.
That's no.
That might be old. So when you went out there in New York, where'd you guys stay then? Who you stay with?
We stayed at different. We stayed at what was that in the Bronx? At what is that? Best Western in the Bronx.
I don't mean to take over the interview, but
Then we stayed at his house a couple times. You know, during that period of time.
At Zip's house?
Yeah, his little apartment. It was in Jersey City.
Okay. When you're out in New York, is that when you meet Puff out there?
Not doing that. I met him. He gave a party at some little club down in Santa Monica. Paradise.
Oh, he's 24. Was Paradise 24 used to be?
Yeah, it was Paradise. Yeah, on Santa Monica.
Okay.
Right off Highland.
Yeah.
That's where I first met him. This was like.
That's okay, Keith. We're going to try to keep this in order, so we'll get to that part.
Okay.
So now you're in New York with Zip and Flint. And what's happening in New York while you guys out there?
I had brought some birds out there. Okay. They kind of like ran the sham. You know. I guess he gave Fast the money. A couple of days later, he jumped in the cab and leave.
Okay.
So I'm still out there like 3 weeks trying to get my fucking money. You know what I'm saying?
Flint fucked you over?
That's what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? So what's the name gave me the rest of the cash and said I gave Flint the money.
How many birds did you have that you took there?
3.
Just 3 birds? Okay.
Because the Zip tells you that he already gave Flint the money, Flint's boned out,
Yeah.
And then Zip gives you the remainder of the money?
Yeah.
How much was the remainder?
Like 17,000.
Do you know? If I can just tell you something, do you know why?
Took me a while.
So every time he was here, just visiting, basically.
Yeah.
Didn't know him to have a girl out here that he had a girl out here that he'd spend time with?
Got a lot of girls.
Like
You know our players.
Yeah. Like one particular like that.
So when Zip's playing baseball with Santana, it's just coincidence that he's out here. He's just out here for fun, right?
You ever seen this girl before? Maybe that. Tony, I mean. Maybe Tony. They call him Tony.
So I ain't never seen her.
Never?
No, it is.
So he didn't have no main girls, just a bunch of girls he was flipping or whatever. Y'all was just player, doing each other.
All right, so you're out there, you're doing some dope with Zip, and then what happens next in your guys' relationship? You come back to Compton, you're running your game out here, and how you just continue to have an ongoing relationship with Zip, or do you always have to go through Flint?
Shit, if they fuck me, you think I'm gonna fuck them up? I had 300-400 birds. I'm balling. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
So you never got paid for the 3 burgers? After you got, when did you get paid for the?
They gave me the 17,000, and he said, "Fat stand the rest of the money." So I just, okay, fuck it. When he come around,
So you just ate it. You didn't even get that money, never.
yeah, just fuck it. Yeah. Then he come by 2:10 sometime. He had to be all COD from then on. No more front seats and none of that.
So he used to get Flint used to get a lot of the stuff from you.
No, he's talking about Zip.
Flint. He used to come.
Flint
After
come.
he did, yeah, after he did that,
Right.
COD from now on.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you just let that first one go, huh?
He was balling back then.
That was, yeah. You
That's
feed
just a
yourself,
cost-
fool.
That's just a
You on
cost of doing
yourself.
business, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, you on yourself. That's all I take it.
So he would keep Flint would keep coming to you, but he'd be COD, cash on delivery, buying birds over the years.
He went to jail. Maybe we did about 2 or 3 transactions. He went to jail after that.
Okay.
And I was asking why the fuck you would go out to Miami and you know I got the shit here. That's what you get.
Because that's what he's doing, going to Miami getting some stuff, and he got
That's
popped.
where he got popped at.
But when you brought the stuff back to New York that first time, who was that stuff for?
Was it?
It was for Zip.
Yeah.
But Flint brokered it. He kind of like the middleman.
Yeah.
Do you after you have your little deals with Flint? Do you end up you start doing anything with Zip, like directly with Zip, back and forth to New York?
When he went to jail,
Flint did.
yeah, he called, say Zip snitching. So I like, Zip snitching. And he's like, yeah, man. I said, well, why the fuck your nephew's with him every day? You know what I'm saying? That don't sound good. Maybe he trying to keep me away from him. And that's what Zip came and said, man, he just trying to keep us away, man. We can get money.
You said his nephew is with him all the time?
The little D and Derek.
Derek and Daryl,
Yeah.
little brother, Wanamaker brother.
Yeah.
Because they hung out with Zip a lot
Yeah, he was hanging out with Zip.
when Flint was in jail.
Yeah.
They was making money with him, or they was just hanging with him for the girls and stuff.
You know, I really wasn't getting in their business. I just handled my business, man. You know. But they was with the girls, they do the cars, all that shit.
All right, so time goes on. This is through the early 90s. Flint gets popped in Miami. And then anything else significant regarding Zip and Flint? You guys just all got your drug games going on. No talk or issues with any of the, no talk or issues with anything about Tupac at those early stages?
No. He is in the ground with somebody, the mother people.
So he hadn't turned death row yet. But when Flint and Zip fell out, there wasn't no beef. Just word, he snitching, and they
That's what he said. That was bullshit, so we could stay away from each other.
So that was it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why your nephew still hanging with him?
Okay.
If he's snitching, that don't look good, you know.
So then you hook back up with Zip? Because you know it was bullshit?
Then I did that water deal with him, with Pat Bernard. It's in the paperwork already.
Okay, so you do the water deal. Was that pretty accurate what you said regarding the water deal that
Pat Bernard.
you guys fucked Patrick over?
Patrick Bernard?
Yeah.
Did we fuck him? I didn't say we fucked him over.
Well, he did.
I think he got his money.
Okay.
He did? Okay, he probably did. 15 years ago. You know, the deals that went down between them, you know?
Now, why is the PCP deal getting brokered by you and not Flint? Why isn't Zip going directly to Flint?
Because he was in jail.
Oh, okay.
So you became closer with Zip while Flint was in jail. You started doing business with him.
Yeah, we started hanging out when he come to LA. He'd come and hang out with me. We go partying.
First class. And everybody was cool on Flint at that time. Like, man, because he was in jail, whatever.
And his shit don't match neither. 100 fucking keys. You get 3 years. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh,
So y'all thought he was just like, he was telling him.
Nobody want to mess with him.
Holla, man. We know. And Corey, 200 keys in Columbus, Ohio. So we just started kicking it and
Oh, Long Crime did the thing. Long Crime restarted their feed.
on a phone call.
Well, that's annoying.
You had some assistance. Oh, yeah, that shit don't add up, boy. Where?
So you and Zip keep doing deals. In between, at some time, how does Pac or Big get brought up into the situation as far as you?
So we just started kicking it, and we met the boy at the. He gave a. What was that? A BET party?
Who was that?
For the BET award. It's like 92, 93 at the club on Santa Monica. And Mary J. What's his name? That tall dude with the net used to have dreads. He with Aftermath now. What's his name? Busta Rhymes.
At Paradise? That was the time?
Yeah. Busta Rhymes walked me. Them one was in a fight. 'Cause I was suited. My cross, he thought he was all big shit. We was gonna beat the fuck out of that boy. but he wasted drink on me, and I'm like, motherfucker. Yeah, that's where I met. First day I met Paul.
And Zip introduced you to this my boy. What do you introduce him as? This my friend. This my nephew.
That's my boy.
This my boy. They didn't see themselves as relatives or anything like that. Like that was his nephew, or is that how he acted towards him?
No, this my boy. This Paul. And after that, they used my car on the video.
Which car was that?
The 64 Chevy I had.
What color was it?
Brown. And Usher, he had Usher.
It was Usher's video?
Or it was Usher video, and Puff was driving the car. That's when he had LA with him for a while.
You remember the song?
Can I Get With It? That was his first song ever. Usher's first song ever. He was in a Laker uniform. And he had the little kid dancing on my car when he got back. It was fucked up. And he paid to get it repainted. He sent me $2,500 for that.
Puff did?
Yeah.
You directly? Because were you dealing with him directly at this time, or because of the car, or were you dealing with somebody in his management team? Or?
No. How'd you get the money? Was it cash? Check?
It was a check. It was like from
Bad Boy?
Yeah.
In the name of Keefe Davis?
No, we put it in Compton Hydraulics.
Oh, okay.
That's when we owned the hydraulics.
I'm sorry, what's the cat's name again? The video dude?
Usher.
Okay.
Can I get with it?
That was 92?
What year was that, Cam?
It was like 92 when he first
92, 93,
He was like 16, 15 years old.
14, yeah, this little kid. Mama, can I buy the car? Yeah.
And then after that, was your relationship right with you and Zip? And
Yeah, we used to go clubs, go to the club, you know, drink, pop the bottles, all the bitches come. Yeah.
Good style, right?
Yeah.
How often would he come out here? Zip?
Shit, like once a month.
Did Puffy have a place out here? Didn't he have a place out here? Where you staying at?
House? Back then, no, he was scared shitless out here because of the voice.
So that beef had started by then?
No, it started when they went out to that award in New York, and he said, "You want to be in fucking, you want to be in your own video, not this motherfucker down." That's when it started. Then we seen right after that at that summer jam. We on the stage drinking bottles, smoking, and he like, "Hey, Keffe D, let me holler at you." So how the fuck you meet them dudes, dog? Same way I met you, motherfucker. Yeah.
That's Suge saying that?
Yeah, Suge asked me, "How you meet them dudes?" I'm like, "Man, same way I met you."
And that was at the 95 Summer Jam, Summer Festival?
95. That's when One More Chance was out. Big Key, give me.
Okay.
One More Chance, yeah.
Let's go back a little bit. We go back, Zip is coming out once a month. You met Puff at the Paradise Club at the BET Awards. He asked you to use your car, you use your car, you end up getting damaged, he pays you. And then Zip's coming out once a month. Prior to the times when you start talking about the beef with Pac and Suge, how many times do you meet Puffy?
How many times we met him before the beef game? Maybe about 3-4 times.
3-4 times, always like at a social event?
Yeah.
Okay.
Greenblatt was mostly, that's where we started.
Green Patch?
Greenblatt. Right on Sunset, by the loud yeah.
Oh.
It's a little upstairs and just like a deli. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's called right next to the comedy store.
Yeah, then there's a strip club on the other side.
Okay. So you see him at these different events out here, just kind of socialize, shoot the shit. It's nothing going on. And then does the incident at Summer Jam take place before Puffy gets up on stage and makes that statement about if you don't want a producer being in your videos? Which happens first?
I don't know. I would have to check the dates.
Okay,
well,
well,
I'm quite sure that the Summer Jam happened first. Cause he got jealous because Biggie took over the record charts. You know what I'm saying? Like, bam! Biggie was, that One More Chance was hot. Yeah.
So when you saw him at the Summer Jam, he wasn't mad at you for being with them. Like, he was traded. He was just saying how you knew them. So
how the fuck you meet them dudes? Yeah.
He didn't really mess with you like that anyway. He couldn't get mad at you, right?
What?
Yeah. That wasn't the issue.
Okay, so you meet him there. Who was all at that Summer Jam? Was Flint with you then? Was he out of jail?
No.
He was in jail?
He was in jail.
Zip was with you?
Zip. You know, your boy Win, the face that you love.
Come on.
Yeah.
He's not even like that, man.
No, he told me that. It's just a face you just love. Oh. Man, my partner, man. I've been with that dude for 43 years, dude. Give my number every time. Oh.
Man, show him some love. Right? He ain't like that, man. It ain't like that.
I know.
It ain't like that.
He's just trying to help himself.
I'm saying, I didn't even say that, man. Just let it go.
Right.
Move forward. Leave him alone.
That's my dog, though. Fuck it.
Y'all say him?
Yeah, I got to. Shit. He gave me the hug of my life. Where to God?
You gave me the hug of your life?
He gave me the hug of his life.
So when you're at the Summer Jam, you're up on stage and Puff is there, right?
Yeah.
Suge says, hey, how you know these guys? You tell
After
him.
we leave off, he was on the other side of the stage over here, and they left off this way. When I came back, in the back of the stage, he was like, Keffe D, let me holler at you. Went over there, and he told me, man, how you beat them dudes? Same way I met you, motherfucker. Yeah. He don't know I helped his ass out a lot.
Okay. Well, when you say same way I met you, I'm assuming that you know these guys because of the drug trade. Is that how you knew Suge?
No, I put in.
Tell us what.
Man, I started that music industry. I mean, that death row shit, man.
With Pat?
I did the work for that shit.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that. But that hadn't even started yet, really. Okay, in 95, you've already got some kind of little. You've got your relationship with Suge because of the money that you gave him from Pat, right?
We've been knowing each other before him and Pat even met. We was little kids.
Same neighborhood.
No, football team, Great Compton.
Okay. Well, that's kind of an gonna be a different issue. We'll just, let's stay on track here.
So after the Superfest, you say that to Suge, and then you walk off. Everything's cool. Was Puffy scared of Suge at that time?
No, he wasn't scared.
Okay.
They do. Then one day, me and Zip rolling up Greenleaf, and the phone rang, and he wanted to speak to me. Like, man, you think it's cool to come out there for our concerts? I said, why not? Why you can't come? Talking about Big Boy CEO. I'm like, man, that dude ain't nothing. Come on.
This is Zip on the phone with you?
No.
Okay.
Zip, he called Zip home, and I was in the car. Said, hey, boy, I want to speak to you. Hey, man, you think it's cool to come out there? I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. You know, just give us like 40, 45, 50 tickets.
So Puff calls Zip's phone. Zip gives you the phone.
Yeah.
Puff says to you, is it cool to come out there?
Yeah.
You said, yeah, just give me some tickets.
Yeah, give us a gang of tickets.
So he didn't give you no money, no security, nothing like that, just tickets.
He gave us some tickets, and I brought the crew. You know, yeah. We went up there deep. They didn't show up, you know.
And that's the big concert you're talking about, the tour that they were on with
Anaheim.
Jodeci and all that?
This was Anaheim. This is when we brought out the choruses.
So that's the Anaheim.
We went about 12 deep to the one in San Diego.
12 cars?
Oh, like 12 people.
Yeah. And you're saying he didn't show up to, you're talking about Suge?
Suge, they didn't show up, no.
So no problem at the concert. They're having a good time. Pop bottles already out here the whole time. When nothing else happened, no other events happened, no problems during that time, right?
Right, no problem.
Okay. You and Zip keep doing what y'all doing, no business or whatever. What's the next little thing that might have happened? You know, time went by. Because by then the beef should have jumped off, or been coming that way.
Yeah, that's where it started. I think the boy in Atlanta got shot.
Jay.
That Suge partner from, I think he's from Capitol Park.
Yeah.
He got shot. That's what really scared the boy, you know.
Do you know anything about that murder? And did he do it? Did Suge have something to do with it? I mean, did Puff have something to do with it?
Yeah, his boy shot him.
So that's the truth? You know from fact or you know from hearing? I mean, you know.
I wasn't here.
I know you weren't there.
I was from hearing.
Just street stuff.
It was lost.
So Wolf did.
Yeah.
Dude, Wolf did kill him.
Yeah.
All right.
There was some talk that some Southsiders were there too. Is that true?
In Atlanta? No, we wasn't there.
Nando wasn't down there?
Nando wasn't down there? He wasn't hanging out there?
We wasn't there.
Okay.
So Big Jake is killed.
Oh, real quick, you said that Puff called you on the phone. You tell him I need like 50 tickets and I'll, we'll make sure everything's cool out here. And that's the Anaheim concert.
Yeah.
Then when you go to that Anaheim concert, that's when you guys
That's
start
what he
talking.
said that in front of all the people. Andre Herrera, he was there.
Andre who?
Herrera. He was, yeah.
Andre Harrell.
Yeah. Who else was in that room with him? It was just them two.
Hold on. Specifically, Andre Harrell, you.
About 40-some Southsiders.
What, from New York? Puffy, that was on the Andre Harrell and him?
Yeah, Zip. We picked up Zip from the airport, Long Beach Airport.
Okay, so it's Harrell, you, Puffy, Zip, and a bunch of Southsiders. And what Puffy makes kind of an announcement?
Yeah, that was stupid as hell too, you know.
What did you actually hear? What was the words? If the best you can remember what he says.
Shit, he said he'd give us anything for them dudes, you know. Yeah.
He'll give you anything for these guys' head?
Yeah.
Where were you exactly?
He was in the main. He had the Navy SEALs in one room over here. We was in that middle room. The middle room was like a living room, like a suite. And the other room was like a bedroom. We was in there shooting dice. D-Mac was there. That other dude, what's his name, Trev? We shooting dice. OJ daughter, she was at the moment.
Did she hear this being stated? And
It was mostly, this was after the concert. Before the concert, he stated that. after the concert, that's when everybody came back to the room, did a little party, shoot dice.
Okay.
All
Was
that.
D-Mac there before the concert?
No,
So D-Mac wouldn't have heard that?
no.
So were you in a hotel? Were you at the venue?
We was at the hotel when he.
At the hotel? What hotel?
That was at Anaheim, the Hilton or something.
Okay.
Was Sheridan or Hilton?
I think it was the Hilton.
So you're like in the suite at the Hilton or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Halloween night because she had on a cat suit. And Trish had her on the bed like, make a meow for me, baby. TT. OJ daughter. She was a bad motherfucker, boy.
Back then.
Yeah, I wanted to hit that thing. Yeah.
You said there were Navy SEALs in the other room?
Yeah.
What for?
Supposed to protect him. He was that scared of that dude.
He had hired some Navy SEALs?
I swear to God.
Like, you know they were SEALs, or did you?
He told me they were SEALs. He was Navy SEALs. And they had on their little ear things and everything.
So this is after Jake got killed. So
Yeah.
he was on point. He was worried about something happening.
Yeah.
Suge had miles off about a bunch of different stuff. So he was scared. It was
He was scared to death, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And he like, man,
Now, why does he, if he's got these Navy SEALs guys out there protecting him, why does he call you and ask you for protection?
would you rather have some Navy SEALs or some gangsters?
Well, yeah, but that's my point. I mean, if you have a choice between the two, you've got some trained gun, you know.
Explain to me.
Yeah.
You would want the gangsters because the Bloods, they'll tear them dudes' ass up, man. Come on, man.
They don't play fair.
Yeah, tear their ass up, dog. I swear to God. You know they would. We would have went in there and beat them up if we would.
Man, I ain't seen a lot of gangsters that can hit their target, man.
But they don't know like we know, man.
No,
We would have went in that room
They
and
don't
told
know
them.
like, we know Navy SEALs.
It'd be a bigger crew by me than 3 or 4 of them.
No,
Like 40.
Navy SEALs are
I
killing.
don't think they know like we know Navy
Right,
SEALs.
right,
They
right.
thinking they're just some guys with guns. They can go in there and shoot it out with them.
Right.
They would have wiped the floor with them, man. But anyway.
All right. So he's got both. He's got his legit security, and then he's got his gangsters.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. When you guys rode, who was all with you? As far as the main crew who rode with you when y'all was, with Puff, hanging out with him, or, bodyguarding, whatever you want to call it. You, who else?
Facey Love.
You went,
Me Win, Corey, sometime, Lane, all of us. You know, the little crew.
the whole
No,
crew.
no, well, that crew that day. Who was there that day?
At
Anaheim.
Anaheim?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he wasn't there.
He was on.
Why
he
does
was
it
the
keep
road.
doing that?
Okay. Bram, none of them, the G's from the other side went over there.
No.
They don't
Al, Corey, Win.
Hold on, I don't know why Law and Crime keeps doing that. They are the media pool for this trial, but I don't know, maybe we can watch on a different channel and see if they're getting the jumps.
Man, come on, man.
They don't play fair.
Yeah, carry their ass up, dog.
Hit their target.
It'd be a bigger crew.
They're just some guys. Anyway.
All right. So he's got both. He's got his legit security, and then he's got his gangsters.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. When you guys rode, who was all with you? As far as the main crew who rode with you when y'all was, with Puff, hanging out with him, or, bodyguarding, whatever you want to call it. You, who else?
Facey Love.
You went,
Me Win, Corey, sometime, Lane, all of us. You know, the little crew.
the whole
No,
crew.
no, well, that crew that day. Who was there that day?
At
Anaheim.
Anaheim?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah. Whole fucking neighborhood.
Give us 5 names of people who would say, "Yeah, we heard Puffy say that."
You don't have to come from. They don't.
Al, Corey, Win, Third Rock, all of them was tell you shit. I'm quite sure they did told y'all already.
Al, this is all the main crew. Was Duck there? Was Lil Duck there?
No, he wasn't there.
He was still
in
running.
Vegas.
Okay. Bram, none of them, the G's from the other side went over there.
No.
It's your crew.
Yeah.
The Birds, right?
So this Anaheim thing had to be after This would have been after,
Big J got killed.
yeah, after Big J, right?
Yeah.
That's when it heated up, huh? After Big J came down in Atlanta?
Yeah.
But just to make something clear, you said previously, one time you went down there with 12 people. Is that different from
That was in
this?
San Diego.
Okay.
San
And
Diego.
that's after Anaheim?
This is before Anaheim.
Okay.
Before Anaheim.
So Anaheim was pretty much the last concert, big concert you guys went to, and that's when all that stuff happened. As far as Puff saying, you know, I give y'all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we went to Vegas, at the MGM. They got pictures and everything. Should. Magic Johnson that gave a big party out there, and we went to that thing.
Were they there?
Who?
Puff and them?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
We
was
smoking
Vegas.
weed. I ain't never seen them smoke weed in the MGM like that. But man, y'all is crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying?
They're smoking wherever they want?
Yeah. Had the thing roped off. Yeah, that was some big shot shit. I was like, boy, y'all got, because in Las Vegas, they'd take your ass to jail for a joint. You know what I'm saying? A half a joint.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now,
Go ahead. I just wanted to get back to the schedule.
Yeah, just get the timeline in order. Big J gets killed in Atlanta. The thing in Anaheim happens after that. What point, if you remember, is it when Puffy takes the stage and says, "Hey, if you don't want your producer," or I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's
Suge
when
gets
the
up on-
beats. Yeah.
When does that happen though, in relation to these other events? Because we're trying to set the stage here, and it's important we get this in order. Had that already happened before Jake gets killed in Atlanta, the bodyguard?
My girl got all that memorabilia. I could go look through that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That was back in New York, right, when that occurred?
Yeah, when he was on stage, and really the Wu-Tang was on their ass. They was the one dancing all in their face. You should have started a beef with them. You know what I'm saying? Puffman was like little kids, you know, Junior Mafia. Yeah.
I think it happened before, though,
Before
Jake. Yeah, before Jake.
So you could see Suge getting up on stage, making fun of Puffy.
Yeah.
Because that was like the thing that started
I did it, triggered it.
everything. Before anybody got shot,
That was
killed,
a
security.
lot of disrespect.
Yeah, that was disrespect like fuck.
Because that would set kind of a motion for Atlanta.
That had to be before.
All right. Okay, so right now, we just got to Anaheim. Let's go back to, you said San Diego was before Anaheim.
Yeah.
What happened in San Diego and how'd that develop?
Zip came on the street and said the boy wants to come down there to the concert. We jumped in the Zip van and my SS and rode down there by 12 deep. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel room.
Okay, let's hold on there just for
Same
a second.
hotel.
Same hotel, yeah.
Okay.
Same hotel, not the same room.
So Zip called you or you were with him?
He came on the street on Burris and we jumped in the van, went out there.
Now, when he said that you guys going out there for business, like to work with Puff, or just going to have a good time?
Gonna have a good time.
Okay, so Zip came on Burris, is in the van. He says, "Hey, my boy wants to come down here."
Did come down to San Diego.
And then from that point, when Zip tells you that, you guys leave that day, or is it?
That's second.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's that day you guys go to San Diego.
Yeah.
All right. Who drives down there with you?
We ran into him at the concert, then we went to
All right, sorry guys, my power just freaked out again because it's been stormy all day here. So I paused it quick. Quick. We were like, here we go. Sorry about that. We'll see how this goes.
we jumped, and everybody else jumped in the van with him, the party van.
What color was that van?
Black.
Is that a different one than the one in Vegas?
Maybe you said he was in a van in Vegas, so it was the same one.
No, he was in that black Benz in Vegas.
Oh, Benz.
Like Benz. So.
Yeah, he said Benz. Mercedes Benz.
Okay, but you did say something about a van in Vegas. We'll get back to that. But you said everybody's in a van acting like a bitch.
Oh, that was it. I was at Renter Van. We
Okay.
No, it's cool.
All right, so Dre, Lane, Davis, you're all in what car? You had the...
Yes, Zip Puffy.
And everybody else gets in the van with Zip?
Yeah.
And you guys go to San Diego, and where do you guys stay?
Whatever I don't remember the name, but the Dallas Cowboys that played San Diego Chargers that weekend.
Was it near the water, or was it on the Main Street, the gas lamp district?
It was a Sheraton or the Hilton.
You remember seeing water? Was it off the water?
No, it was that night.
That'd be a nice place. Cowboys are staying there.
Yeah, that was my team. Yeah.
Well, that should be easy.
There was a lot of girls, boy, they groupie business. Yeah.
Okay, so you and Zip and the rest of the crew down there, you run into Puffy at the hotel or at the concert?
We ran into him at the concert, then we went to the hotel after the concert.
You kind of look like Emmett Smith. You could have used that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so go back to the hotel, and what discussion regarding Tupac and Suge? What happens there?
I don't think he really discussed it then. Going in, we was in the room smoking weed, and the little total brawl. What's her name? Keisha with the panther thing. Sat all in the lap. We just having a good time that night.
Okay, so no discussion about.
I just want to ask a question. I'm curious. Who paid for y'all rooms when y'all was there? Like when y'all go to the hotel, y'all already had rooms for y'all?
No, I don't pay for it. We had money, man. Them dudes.
Oh, y'all was paying y'all stuff.
So they were just getting started, really.
Oh.
All right, so San Diego happens. Then is there anything else that happens between San Diego and Anaheim?
I don't know if that concert the thing in Vegas was before Anaheim or I know Magic Johnson gave a big party there.
Okay, let's go into that. Magic Johnson gives a big party out there.
In Vegas.
And you go out there with Zip?
We stayed in Treasure Island. That was the Holyfield and Douglas fight, was it? The Holyfield Douglas fight. The night Fan Man.
You know,
Fan Man.
Holyfield boat, wasn't it?
Okay, it was the night of that
Yeah,
fight.
Holyfield
We
boat.
stayed at Treasure Island. And Al got the rooms for us and everything. Then
Al got the room for you?
Little Al?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we went and met him at the MGM, him, Zip, and Biggie, all of them was there.
What's
Lance.
I'm sorry. What's the first time you met Biggie?
First time I met Biggie was in San Diego.
The San Diego concert and everything?
Yeah.
He was in the room with y'all or whatever?
Yeah, smoking weed. Yeah.
That's the first time all y'all met him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question.
All right, they're pausing it. That's not me.
All right, you read my mind. I was going to do it at about 3 o'clock, so you beat me to it. We're going to take a recess at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:15. Please rise for the jury, everyone.
All right, so we've only been through like an hour and a half or so of that recording. And remember, this is the 2008 proffer. It's my speculation that one of the unnamed speakers is the U.S. attorney, the AUSA, Mike Terrell, that was mentioned. Because we were told that he was present during this. But this transcript doesn't label all of the speakers. So, who knows?
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Will be in recess.
So you have individuals from different agencies from the task force here, and then you have the AUSA, and part of that is the context behind this 2008 proffer. Keefe D has drug charges looming over his head where, depending on how it's actually charged, what moves forward, what they're able to hold over his head is that he could be facing a minimum of 25 years, and he has exposure for a penalty of life. So this isn't just like, oh, I got caught with a little baggie and I just don't want to go to jail, so I'm gonna start talking. This is potentially letting him see daylight again with the remaining years he has in his life. This is back in 2008. So with the context of that hanging over his head, they're asking him these details, trying to find out more information, largely more so with the Tupac murder, but they're still also talking about Biggie events. And what keeps standing out to me, and you might disagree, Keefe D is talking. He's answering, he's yapping away, especially when it comes to talking about, oh, the parties, the girls that were there, it was Halloween, they were in costumes. But there are other key instances, key details, where he's not saying something until the answer is given to him. When he was asked who was in the vehicle, who rode together, Dupree had to jump in and say D right. And then all of a sudden, Keefe D adopts that. So some of the details that are coming from this aren't originating from Keefe D saying that himself. And I think that's, again, if you're going into this thinking like it's a done deal, they've got him dead to rights because he said these things at all, I don't know. I personally think the defense actually has a strong defense here. That the things that he's saying in 2008 that nobody sitting in this room wanted to pursue, because one would assume they didn't find it credible. They did not use the information he gave during this 2008 proffer to pursue murder for hire charges. Even though he's sitting there saying that, hey, we go to Greenblatt, we go to this like neighborhood deli, and we have this meeting, and Diddy wants me to take out Tupac supposedly for $1 million, and I never get that payment, but they apparently didn't think that was credible to do anything about in 2008. And I think that's very helpful for the defense. And yesterday we went from hearing Dupree summarize what happened during this proffer, and now we're hearing it, and I think it's underwhelming for the state. Because the state promised us he confessed to it, it's like a done deal. How could you walk back from someone? Why would you confess to something you didn't do? But in the context of someone facing life, and being told that if they talk, we won't use any of this against you, and he doesn't even need to come up with all of the information. A lot of it, a great deal of it, is coming from the questions from the investigators themselves or things that were already known. I don't think this is that strong, and I think it goes a long way to show why they have not prosecuted this case previously, or anything else that's being alleged within this. So, and this Benjamin, I agree, I do think they wanted Combs. But I think they realized that they could not make a case off this guy. And yet this guy's also been an informant for more than one instance across several decades. This is the caliber. When you hear that law enforcement's working with an informant, this is the caliber of talk that I think often is what they mean when they say, our informant told us. Like, just because you have law enforcement relying on something, their choice to rely on something, to me, isn't enough for me to believe and accept that what they're relying on and choosing to rely upon is, corroborated, is credible. And my gripe with this way of doing things extends far beyond this case. Like, a lot of my gripes right now really have nothing to do with Keefe D. That just happens to be the topic of the stream. But I think we're seeing the playbook laid out. You've got law enforcement, as soon as they have something that they can hang over somebody's head, will interview you, but during the course of that interview, you will sprinkle the details that we need you to corroborate, or at least say yourself in your own words. Some of the stuff I truly don't believe Keefe D knew on his own. But the state's position is that this was his own voluntary confession. And besides that, I still think there's an issue. Like, I think the average person would wonder, but you admitted to participating in it. You admitted to being there. You admitted to knowing X, Y, Z. So how do you overcome that? So I still think it's a huge problem for the defense, but I think it's just such a disappointing way that, like, law enforcement approaches investigations. Prosecutors, here it's the context of the AUSA, the federal government, the way they pursue the use of plea deals to get information on the big fish in another case. And they could build a case on a big fish without validating anything just by getting someone to, quote unquote, say they heard somebody confess. I don't think that Dirt Rock's testimony is too far from that realm either. You know, kind of seems like Dirt Rock is aware that law enforcement, they go after the big fish and they want to interview people that they think might have some information, and maybe they conveniently want to interview you when you're facing some exposure for some charges of your own that you could be facing. So, I don't know, but it's only day 4. It's only day 4. This trial is expected to last a few more weeks, so we'll see what else we can get. I would really like to see some type of corroboration for this Dirt Rock, this Foot Locker remodeling that was the result of a fight specifically. You cannot tell me that a company wouldn't get a police report if somebody damaged their establishment so badly that they needed to remodel, which incurs costs. But that's the way Dirt Rock is explaining in 2023 with new details he's never said before when he's speaking with former Detective Mogg, who we have not had called as a witness yet, but I think is going to be one of the most interesting witnesses called in this trial. The Foot Locker remodeling thing is just wild to me. Why would you even, like, it just doesn't seem credible. It seems like complete hyperbole. I believe that a fight could have happened at Lakewood Mall, sure. But to the extent that there's this huge brawl and it's so bad, it's almost like whatever the circumstances surrounding Dirt Rock's interview in 2023 were, he needed to really sell how bad the fight was to sell the outcome of that supposed story. Because remember, the state's theory is this order of events. There's this disrespect because the chain it just comes off, right? The chain snatching, the chain just falls off, whatever you want to call it, at this Lakewood Mall incident. And that's supposed to be like an underlying piece of the puzzle before we get to the MGM brawl in the lobby involving Orlando Anderson, Keefe D's nephew. And then because of that, Tupac gets shot later that night. So what circumstances was Dirt Rock under that he really felt like he needed to add color to this story in 2023, color that he's never added in previous statements? Because if you make a fight seem so bad and brutal that a store needed to remodel, it kind of brings it up to the level where the proportionality of how you'd have to respond would also be high. I don't know, just some things that got my mind reeling. Lie snitching. Yeah, Amanda says, so why didn't they take this case to trial in 2008? They did not find him credible. And to me, it's not even why didn't they do something with Keffe D in 2008? Why didn't they act on the things he was alleging about other parties in this interview? They don't believe him. They didn't think he was credible. And then the worst part of it, they tell him in this interview, oh, we're going to follow up with which one was it that was still alive at this point in 2008? Bubble Up? I think it was Bubble Up. They say we're gonna follow up with him on that. And then we learned through the testimony yesterday that nobody ever followed up with Bubble Up. Like, I think Bubble Up passed away in like 2013 or something. So at the time of this, they could have gone and spoken with somebody else who Davis says was in Vegas that night and was also in the vehicle. And we heard from law enforcement that they just didn't do that. There's no excuse. But yeah, it rhymes. That's great. That's a good way to remember it. No follow-up with bubble up. So, like, I don't know. And I agree. Mike says jury puts way too much stock in some snitches and cops. I agree. I'm wondering what this jury's thinking. When they're just playing these recordings without a witness on the stand, I don't think they can just ask. There's nobody to ask questions about this audio recording to. But I'm wondering if, for example, when Dupree's called back, right? So Dupree's supposed to be called back. He's subject to recall. And part of that was scheduling issues. Dupree has some medical appointment that he needs to be in California for tomorrow. Because remember, this is happening in Vegas. So he needed to travel, and the defense had more questions for him. And then they had all these audio interviews. So they agreed to do this like weird arrangement. So maybe when he comes back, maybe the jury will be able to remember this audio recording and ask certain questions. Maybe, I'm assuming Kading's going to be called. Maybe they'll have some questions for Kading about this 2008 proffer, and we'll have to see. But unfortunately, because it's just like a media file and no witness on the stand, I don't think we'll have jury questions until a witness is back on the stand that would have knowledge of this interview. So King Seed says, this trial is good and terrible. I agree. I think it's very enlightening. It certainly is not inspiring confidence for me in the way investigations are done. And again, this is a high-profile killing. It was huge news. It's still huge news. And then it's also bringing in a lot of discussion about the Biggie shooting. And don't forget, the Biggie lawsuit, I think that was also Dupree that talked about that they formed a task force, that the reason, the catalyst for LAPD forming a task force about, I think it was like that cross task force with all the different agencies about Biggie's death, was because his mother filed a lawsuit accusing one of the police officers, or at least one of the police officers, as being involved in some way or another. And so that doesn't inspire confidence either. The idea that some of what we're learning about after the fact, we're only doing an investigation because we, law enforcement, we need to clear our own name because we've been accused. So now we have to go look at the things that we should have been looking into all along. Like, what does that mean for the not big fish and their day to get justice, their families getting to get some closure to find out what actually happened to their loved one? I just don't have confidence at all. And I know there's a long history of corruption in, Compton PD is no longer, gets absorbed by LAPD. LAPD has a lot of issues of their own still to this day. So, but I think it goes beyond just LAPD, a little bit of Vegas. It seems like Vegas PD is kind of just like building off of, like, some of their input is going to be crappy to begin with because of where it's coming from. But I don't know. Let's get real time because I rewound after that. And I'm so sorry about my power, It's really frustrating, and as soon as it blinked out for a second there, I thought it was going to be just like yesterday when the power was out for several hours. But I'm so glad that it's not, because watching this without you guys, or not having the power at all to like watch it and like have to charge my phone or something, it sucks. It sucks. It's like complete FOMO. Mavka says this is an ancient Proctor situation. This was his inspiration. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Latrice says that there was so much corruption with these police departments. And to me, the idea that somebody wrote a book about something in a bubble, maybe that could be really compelling. But when you write a book about something that the investigation that's supposed to have looked into all of these things and didn't verify anything. Relying on the book, I feel like, isn't a strong leg for the state to stand on. Because it really makes their case come down to, we need you to believe Keefe D and what he said in this book, because it matches what he said in 2008. But for that to be true, that means the state, law enforcement, suddenly believed that what he said in 2008 was credible, but did nothing about any of it back then. And why not? So, state wants us to think 2008 is credible. Why wasn't anything done? Why wasn't anything done? And I think this very well may be a case where it's not just laziness or incompetence. I think more sensibly, it would make sense if the answer involved corruption. Like, it's just so much negligence, so much lack of verification, to the point where the juror was asking a question like, like, basically, what did you guys verify? Yeah, so they're walking back in. Also, let me say out loud, big thank you. We have Kristen here gifting 5 memberships, super generous. So big thank you. If you did turn green this stream, it was gifted by Kristen. So say thank you. Thank you for joining us, Kristen. Hope you've been having a good day. And KP says, just a reminder for the people that I love, no matter how hard they laugh with you, LEOs are not your friends in that interrogation room. Yeah, kind of a like laugh track coming from that room. Like, I feel like I need to laugh along because I'm just sitting here like, but yeah, thank you for the super here, KP, and let's get back to it.
State versus Davis, C377407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury back in?
Just a quick idea of what the schedule looks like.
Yeah.
For the next couple days.
Okay. Well, from the state or from my perspective, because I did send it out. The plan is
3:30 tomorrow.
The plan is from 9 to 3:30 tomorrow.
Right. And so is it just the recordings and?
No. We have 3 people we have to get up tomorrow. So
Can we do this in the bed, Sean?
Can we do this
yeah, come on up.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, so tomorrow we're starting on time, it seems like. That's 9 Pacific time, so that means noon Eastern, but it seems like they're going to end an hour and a half early, and they're going to shuffle around. It seems like they've got to work in some witnesses because of witness availability. So at least we'll get a break from some of the recordings if they've got more. So always appreciate that. And, you know, the stuff that's being said in this proffer, it is interesting. Even though I'm like, all right, you know, did they follow up on that? You know, I have my questions, but it's still interesting either way. In some cases, when they have these 4-hour, 3-hour long recordings, it's like, and the audio, you can actually kind of understand most of it until they're all talking at once. And Mike says these drug task force and special units within these departments be full of corruption where I live. They would steal the drugs and sell them back to the dealer. Yep, and I've seen a few different jurisdictions, like stories of similar in different jurisdictions. And I believe that type of allegation, beyond drugs a little bit, there's a little bit of like human sex trafficking mixed in. All of the stuff stemming from Letcher County, where the sheriff shot the judge in chambers. After that happened, there have been people coming forward explaining their experience with law enforcement in that area and how, like, probationers, as informal terms of their probation, are pressured by probation officers or members of law enforcement in some capacity to do XYZ to not be given a violation. And, like, so these things, like, I don't think they're uncommon. I don't think they're necessarily localized. And that's why to me it's so shocking to just see how even in the biggest case, which you would expect involves more players, more chefs in the kitchen, still goes under the rug. Oh, I agree. I wish they would mic up at the table. And it comes in really loud sometimes too. Okay, jury questions. Let's see. Is that Wade Lee? All right, so while they're doing that, with Wade Lee on the stand yesterday, he was asked 2 jury questions. Why was Davis interviewed again if the Shakur information was not pursued as a homicide case? And the answer, Wade, remember that was the FBI special agent. So the FBI had continuing gang drug investigative work and wanted additional identifications and information. I thought his answers were kind of word salady. They also asked what proffer information was verified. And he answered that some general information could be compared to existing surveillance, wiretaps, witnesses, and records. And then Lee could not reconstruct every follow-up decades later and did not claim all Shakur specific details were verified. So those were to me, the more specific question. And then the next witness, Darren Dupree, is where we get would you say that federal investigators were more concerned with the bigger fish? All right, they're coming back from the bench.
All right, looks like we've got our scheduling issues kind of ironed out a little bit. So at this point, I think we're ready to bring in the jury unless anyone objects. Hearing nothing, let's bring them in.
Stand for the jury.
Everybody can be seated, and then when our other juror comes in, just rise for him real quick.
Oh, they're missing one juror. At least they realized.
Stand for the jury.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, it looks like we are still in playing Exhibit 117. State, you may resume at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, so no bureau got you guys the rooms at Treasure Island?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's Magic Johnson party you guys to go to at the Holyfield fight, and you remember it? Who's fan?
Family.
Man, came down in the ring.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Parachute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
To the ring, got beat down.
Yeah, they beat him down. Rock, Newman them beat him up.
They beat him down.
Yeah.
Dude, bro.
I didn't realize that.
That sucks.
Sucks to be in
I
here.
was just playing a joke or something.
Oh, man. Because they threw off their rhythm, man. They was ready to go, and this still come.
It's either him, it was either him or Buster Douglas. When Buster Douglas lost to who?
So I think that was Bo Holyfield, because it was a big fight. And I remember Rock was Bo's trainer.
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty sure, we'll
Well,
check on it, but.
I was with my other girl. And we all went down to the MGM with our bottles.
After the fight?
After the fight, yeah. Was it Buster Douglas and Holyfield? Was it that fight?
We'll figure that out. We're not, that detail's not important. So you went to the MGM after the fight, and is that, whose room's there?
No, we just met in the lobby at the by the bar area. And boom. And he like, man, you giving a party? And we all stormed over there.
That's what Puff said. Max giving the party. Then
Yeah, let's go over here.
And Big was there too.
Big was there. Lance, all them dudes was there.
So Puff and Lance were together too. I mean, they were in the same crew. I know they ran together, but anyway, go on. That's all right.
And that's when they was about to fight. Lance and Puff
Okay.
got in, got in each other's face. You know, his little gay ass, cause he had the money. You know, yeah.
Was D-Mac there too all the time?
I don't think he was at this one. I don't think he was there.
Okay, so Puffy then, okay, so you go to the party, and then is there an opportunity where you guys talk with Zip and Puffy again about Tupac and Suge?
I know he said it at that room in Anaheim and a couple of times at Greenblatt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just put you don't recall.
Excuse me. Yeah, and when D-Mac told me that Zip got the money, oh man. You know?
Okay, hold on.
When we get to that,
Yeah.
that's a good point. We got to work our way out.
Okay, so this, you remember when that fight was as far as dates? And now we're getting into what, are we in 96 yet?
No. It's still like 94, 95, right? Late 94, early 95.
Oh yeah, when that fight
happened. And then at the same time, in the beginning, I think, of 95, when the BET award season is in the beginning of the year, Suge said that fight came along.
That was a Source Award, he said that.
Yeah, but you know how all the awards started, January, February, March. And then the fight was in the summer, wasn't it? Wasn't it a summertime fight? Was it hot out there?
I think it was winter.
So end of the year, end of 94.
Yeah. It was Buster Douglas and Holyfield.
Okay.
Fight, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so discussions regarding, I'll give you anything you guys want to take care of those guys. That's like a year and a half, 2 years before it ever actually happens.
Maybe about a year.
Well, he's
Six
killed
months.
in late 96.
Yeah.
So that would make this, it would have to be late.
95, late 95.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Source Awards early in the year,
Yeah,
beat
yeah.
starts,
Yeah.
comes all the way around, the summer go through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Concerts.
Tell us what happened that made it something other than just him frustrated and boasting. Man, I don't have to give you guys anything. I mean, what made it a specific, like, hey, I'm serious, I want you guys to kill these guys? I mean,
When he told me the Greenblatt.
how'd that go? Like, what was the conversation?
And who's he? Who?
Puff.
Puff said.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is specifically at Greenbacks, right?
Yeah.
How's it go? How's the conversation go? I mean, okay, listen, I'll do it, but I need $500,000, or, you know, I've got somebody who will do it, but I need 300. I mean, we need really specific details regarding that.
Yeah, we wanted $1 million.
Okay.
All right, so you meet him at Greenbacks for lunch or dinner or what?
This was dinner.
Okay.
Who else was there?
Shit, all of us, Corey, everybody.
And everybody's listening to this
Oh, no,
conversation?
Huh?
Everybody's hearing this conversation between you and Puff?
What was he talking about?
Talking to me. We had went downstairs. 'Cause when we got there, we was laughing at him. Because he was with this broad that sucked dick. Just sucked every dick in it. He all hugged up, kissing with her. We was laughing like a woman. Like, man, what you laughing at, dog? Man, don't just come out here and get any broad, dog. You know? I took him downstairs and he's like, man, I gotta get rid of them dudes, man. It's gonna be a problem.
Is Zip there with you?
Yeah, Zip was, yeah.
At that conversation?
No, you weren't at the conversation, it was just me and him.
So he tells you, seriously, man, I need to get rid of these guys. And he's looking at you in the eyes and
Yeah.
he's like scared.
Yeah. He's scary, dude.
Still is, huh?
Yeah.
Now, when he asked about it, he always said both of them, or he said should mostly, or he just always talking both of them.
That's when he had his boy on after he made the record.
But before that, it was just should.
Yeah.
And then after Hit 'Em Up came out.
Yeah, that pissed them off.
So he's like, kill both of them.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be two separate conversations then?
Yeah.
It's 3 and 4. Right?
Or, yeah.
So was Anaheim was just about Suge?
Anaheim was about both of them.
Okay.
Anaheim was about both of them. And he said it in front of all the people. I couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
In Anaheim?
Yeah. Whole room full of Crips. You know, they motherfucker go after his ass. Yeah.
Okay, so he tells you I need to get rid of him. Got greenbacks doing him down the stairs, and you tell him I do it for $1 million.
Yeah. Then when that shit popped off, he Zip like, shit, this y'all perfect, you know. Yeah. I'm like, man, we ain't got no pistols. He came over with pistols.
Okay, so he says, you tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million. He
Yeah.
agrees. You shake on it or something like that.
Yeah.
What happened?
Gentlemen, he like, man, we'll wipe their ass out quick. You know, it's nothing. So that done, you know, that's easy.
Did he front you any money or anything?
No, he didn't. But after it happened, he called, what's the name? Zip. Is that us? That's us? And the broad was even calling Faith. Yeah, that's us. You know?
She wanted the gun too?
She was calling Zip. Is that us? That's us? I'm like, yeah, that was us.
Was Keefe, I'm sorry, was Biggie ever involved in any of these conversations about hitting
No.
Tupac? Okay, it was always just Puff and Zip.
Yeah.
You think he knew about it, or he was just like, whatever, he was doing his own thing?
He was like doing his own thing. Lance kind of kept him kind of
out the way.
Yeah.
So this is all Puffy's doing?
Yeah. Puffy was scared of the dude. Period.
Okay, so you guys make the deal for that, and then you guys aren't out in Vegas then with that intention. That's not why you're in
No,
Vegas.
we've been going to the fight since Pat days, you know, the 80s.
So y'all geared up to go to Vegas, and y'all was going anyway, not even knowing who else was going to be down there.
Nothing.
Not knowing if Pac and shit was going to
We
be
ain't
down
got no pistol. We ain't got no pistols down there, and shit, it was right there. This is a perfect opportunity, baby.
That was Zip talking?
Yeah. Because of what happened with Wayne?
Yeah. Y'all see the surveillance I got in the car with him, in that Benz. The brawl was in there first, Foxy Brown.
She was in?
She was in the car with him.
Okay.
And he told her we need to handle some business. So she got out and I jumped in the car. He had a little secret compartment. The thing popped out.
Okay, let's work up to that real quick. That's important.
Well, but there was, he said that you were there was numerous conversations, the first one taking place in Anaheim, another one at Greenblatt.
Yeah.
What other conversations took place where you and Puffy were talking about, doing this stuff?
So fucking long, man.
So just to jog your memory, you're down in Anaheim. Puff gets up. He says, I'll do anything to get rid of these guys. Everybody kind of, cool, that's cool, whatever. He takes it to another level. He's more serious. You meet him at Greenbacks for dinner. You guys step off to the side. He talks about, hey, how much you want? I'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, we went downstairs.
You say, cool.
Yeah. Consider it done.
All right. Now, what conversations between Anaheim and that conversation, or that conversation and the incident? Any more conversations in there about getting it done?
On the phone or in person, either one. Does Zip ever call you on the phone?
No. I know after it happened, he kept calling, that us? Yeah, that's us, motherfucker. Yeah.
Did Zip ever try to push it, like, hey, the boys still talking about, getting this done?
Yeah, he just said that's our perfect opportunity.
That's it. But in between, he never said nothing. Like he was trying to, like, almost broker it. Like, yeah, I talked to Puffy, asked him, y'all gonna do that still.
No, he didn't say that.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
Shit, he did.
Didn't he just say earlier Oh, I'm hidden. Didn't he just say earlier that he himself, Keefe D, we wanted 1 million, and then he agreed. And then he's here saying that, oh, Puffy came up with the 1 million.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. I'm shit. $1 million out there. Yeah, take it for 50. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he brought up them $1 million.
Yeah. Them project dudes will kill your ass for $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Tell me about that.
So basically, all right, then you guys geared up to go to Vegas. Y'all had planned to go to Vegas a couple weeks, got the hotels,
Yeah.
and then who all driving out there? All you guys is.
All of us, yeah. Zip, we had left from Greenblatt.
Give me 1 second.
No.
Okay, so y'all, everything cool?
Yeah, everything good.
So y'all gear up to go down there. Y'all caravan down there.
Yeah.
How many cars?
We went to Greenblatt. It was me, Zip. It was Zip drove that Benz. Kevin drove that van. And I drove
Kev?
yeah.
Okay.
And I drove what was that, a Malibu or something? Not a Malibu, but a Century. What's that, by Buick?
Buick Century?
Yeah, I drove a rental Century.
And y'all left from Greenbacks like about what time? A couple days before?
Maybe about, was it Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night. We left from there.
Fight was Saturday.
Okay, it was probably Friday we left. Friday evening when Zip looked like he got picked up by a helicopter as fast as he got there to us, you know. So once we got there, started kicking it, partying and all that old shit.
Y'all staying at the Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Okay. And who got the rooms for y'all at the Monte Carlo?
My wife, it was in my wife's name.
Okay.
You know.
Y'all pay for them?
They had comps. Lane had comps at MG, not the MGM, but Excalibur.
Because of gambling?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Greg.
No, that's right. I got thrown off track for something. We were in Greenbacks. They have the discussion, and everything. How long before you guys go to Vegas is that?
I think this is another time at Greenbacks or the same time that Puffy said he, you know,
This is different time. That's our headquarters. We meet there.
Okay.
Every time they come out, we meet.
So Puffy had said they agreed to the $1 million, and then that Friday before they were going to Vegas, they met at Greenbacks with Zip. They caravan from there on that Thursday, that Friday night.
Okay, so there's another incident. You guys meet at Greenbacks.
That's when we go to the fight in September '96.
Okay. And you leave from Greenbacks to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
And that's when Kevin's driving the van.
Corey, Detroit, the dude from Detroit, Tracy Session, Wynn, all of them was in that van. Me and my girl was in the Century. Zip rode with somebody else.
Who's driving the Cadillac?
Lane and them didn't come to the next day.
They came on Saturday?
Yeah.
Now, what time did they arrive on Saturday about? I know I'm getting ahead of it, but just trying to clear it up real quick.
They rode about 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay. And who came with him? That whole crew was in the car, nobody else?
Nobody else.
Just those
What?
three? Minus the people minus you? Dre and T?
Yeah.
Hey, real back at Greenbacks, when you and Tuffy talked about $1 million, you said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come on downstairs and talk to you.
Okay.
And asked me, why was we laughing at him and shit like that? I said, man, don't be coming out here just getting anything, dude.
Right.
If you want some broad, just let us know.
So he asked you to come downstairs. Did you guys talk about anything other than that specific thing?
We ordered some more bottles. Then took you, it's like a 2-part thing. It's like the deli part right there. Then you can walk back and put the bottles. And then we walk over there and talk with when we look for the bottles. Got the bottles and shit.
So in your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything.
Yeah.
It was about that.
About
Okay.
that, yeah.
Okay, so then another incident, you guys are at Greenbacks, you go to Vegas, Kevin drove the van, he's got those other guys with him, you're with a girlfriend, Lane and Dre and T Brown come the next day in the rented Cadillac.
Was that a rented Cadillac?
Yeah.
Get there about 2.
Who rented that Cadillac?
T Brown.
Yeah, T Brown.
His mom, right?
Mother-in-law.
Right.
Okay. Staying at the Monte Carlo, you said your girl had him in her name or Paula?
Paula.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
No, we'll get to that later.
Yes, yes.
No, that's okay.
Come on, now you make us curious. Is that?
No. It was something. It's too far ahead, so I'd rather just stay intact. Like Greg was trying to write fast to get stuff down. I don't want to go too far ahead.
Okay, so you guys are out in Vegas. You're there the night before the fight. The next morning or the next afternoon, Lane and them guys show up in the rented Cadillac, and you guys are all at the MGM. You guys go to the fight. Right, so lead us through it from there.
Okay,
you meet Zip out there.
Yeah, it was Zip, we all rode together. Me, Zip, Kev, and what's his name? He just took off his Benz faster than us.
Oh, okay.
So we got there.
Did he stay at the same hotel as you guys?
No, I think he stayed at the MGM. He like, some dudes fronted his ass off right in front of us.
What happened?
He's like, motherfucker, this motherfucker's a snitch. We like, what? He like, yeah. Damn.
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
He didn't say nothing. He just, his eyes just got big. Then the next day, we got our tickets from the little dude named Shorty. He from 60s. Shorty from 60s.
How did he get the tickets? For the fight?
He's a scapper. He be at every anybody can get tickets. He be at every event. And I was in prison with him in Soledad back in the days. And he was a little youngster, and he started selling tickets, scalpers. We went and got our tickets. Woo. And our tickets was like separated. Lane went in, everybody else went in, and then boom, we went to eat. We was eating, and man, they came and said, they just beat up Lane.
What restaurant were you guys at? Were you at? You remember? You was in the hotel lobby?
We was in the hotel, yeah. At the MGM at the restaurant. Was it the cafe up there or something? They didn't change. Huh?
Went to eat after the fight?
Yeah.
How come Lane wasn't with you?
Because we, the scappers had different locations on the tickets.
You couldn't get them all in one case.
Yeah.
So you got separated. He went his way after the fight.
Yeah.
And he got caught up over there. Then.
Yeah, we was ordering our food, and they like, man, Lane just got beat up. We're like,
Where was Zip at that point?
Zip and them was in the lobby part where you register. That's where we ran into them. Him and Richie Rich. I heard of him before. I know.
He's an older cat, right?
Richie Rich?
Yeah.
Nah, he probably like 43.
New Yorker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there a redheaded dude there?
I know Richie Rich was there, and Richie Rich. There was a few New Yorkers though was with Zip. Like, man, y'all need some help. We got this.
That's what they said?
And
all these other cats?
Yeah.
Well, how come everybody else was at the restaurant with you? Everybody knew to go to the restaurant, but Lane was on his own by the doors.
Yeah.
But why? Something's missing. Why is he at the doors and everybody else is at the restaurant?
We all went. He was supposed to come to the restaurant too.
He just forgot or something.
They seen his motherfucking ass and beat him up. He couldn't get there. Yeah.
Okay.
But on the surveillance, it seems like he's standing there
He's
waiting.
hanging out.
He's hanging out. Like he wasn't on his way nowhere, walking.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
Well, yeah, they got video cameras all over them.
But he wasn't. He was
Y'all seen?
All right, Chatt. Do you think this group was actually at the restaurant? Look at the question Davis just asks here. Because Kading's trying to me, Kading seems suspicious and skeptical of what Davis is saying here. Because he's like, well, Lane standing outside. What are you guys talking about? And Davis has to ask, oh, y'all seen us at the restaurant? Because maybe he's getting a feel that Kading, at least, and maybe Dupree, realize that there's no evidence, there's nobody apparent on their surveillance from this group that he's saying is there. And maybe he's realizing he's going to have to walk it back down or just act like, all right, yeah, maybe you guys just didn't see us.
We couldn't get there. Yeah.
Okay. But on the surveillance, it seems like he's standing there
He's just
waiting.
hanging out.
He's hanging out.
And this is why the defense attorney was asking all of those questions about the positioning.
Yeah.
Okay. But on the surveillance, it seems like he's standing there
He's just
waiting.
hanging out.
He's hanging out. Like he wasn't on his way nowhere walking.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
Well, yeah, they got video cameras all over them.
But him, he wasn't. He was.
Y'all seen me?
He's like posted up.
It looked like he was looking at them when they walked by.
Yeah.
Well, like he was waiting for him, you think?
I mean, I don't know. Whether he wasn't waiting for him.
That's what we're asking you. A lot of this,
You know, we be after the girls, man.
Yeah, but it seems like, so you guys get your tickets from Shorty, you give them out. All right, we can't sit together, so let's all meet at this restaurant afterwards. All right,
Yeah.
everybody bolts. After the fight, everybody comes back to the restaurant except Lane. Lane's standing by the
Yeah.
doors. Why is Lane standing by the doors and everybody else is on board knowing to go to the restaurant?
I don't know what his thoughts was.
Okay.
Okay. But before that, before the fight, before Orlando had, the beat down or whatever you want to call it, no beef with nobody as far as them. You guys even see Suge and them at all?
Yes.
Didn't see them, didn't nothing?
Yeah.
Nobody said they here, them dudes here, nothing like that?
Nothing.
And then, okay.
See, it would seem to me that Lane may be working his way over to the restaurant where he's trying to find you guys, but then he sees them. He knows automatically he's going to have beef with them just because of the mall incident.
Yeah.
So he may be just trying to
Post it up.
trying to wait for you guys to pass by. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he probably looking for us. Yeah, you're right.
That would make some sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just got separated.
Okay. So he.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
No, the film.
Shit, Darren was the waiter.
Y'all seen me and Keefe D?
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me at the house on Compton and the Bay, all that, man. I can't believe it, man.
This task force has been around a long time.
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me, man. I shook your hand a couple times. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up? And just kept moving like you knew me. And I'm like, what's up, man? How you doing? But you was just Keffe D, so.
Shady man. So dope.
Anyway.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant too?
Yeah, I just got the name of it because it's been so, like you said, it's been so long ago. But okay.
Y'all see me and Zip in the Vans too?
I didn't.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't remember seeing it. Okay, but who was in the restaurant with you?
The crew, me, Bubble, all of us. Okay.
Was Devonta and them hanging out with y'all at that time?
No.
The Vegas dudes?
No, they wasn't.
They knew nothing about this.
Nothing about this.
Y'all didn't hook with them at all. Nobody, Qatar, Carol, KC, whatever his name is. None of them dudes. Y'all didn't hook up with none of them from
We
Vegas.
seen KC down there.
Okay.
We didn't see Doug Carter, the other boy, Chin.
Okay.
Where'd he go?
Huh?
Damn.
T.I.
Yeah. He just got a bit like 5 months ago. Victory.
Okay, so Richie Rich and Zip are in the lobbies with some other New Yorkers. You guys are reading, blah, blah, blah. Lane gets into a fight. And then Zip and his boys are like, y'all need any help?
The East Coast answers this first. And my boy.
Who?
And. One of them Paramount, man.
Oh.
Really?
And.
Oh, Anthony?
Anthony Trent. Yeah. He was down there?
Yeah, he asked me, y'all need some help? We like, no, we good.
Did Treggs hear any of the conversations between you and Puffy? Was he there for anything?
Who?
Treggs.
And.
And.
And?
Yeah, the one you talking about right now.
No, he didn't.
Did he?
The Cadillac? The Cadillac.
Yeah, the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he there for any of the other conversations or anything
No, the
like that?
Cadillac was Reed. That's true.
Oh, that's
Trevor, yeah. The other one was.
And it's the other dude that came with the other car.
That's right. He wasn't.
He was there. We seen him earlier. He like, he jumped on Lane. Ooh, what's up? Y'all need us? We like, no, we cool. Then we ran into Zip and them in the lobby. The light-skinned kid that stopped us to talk, that was Ant. When y'all was watching, he
He stopped us to talk to us. And we met Zip and them in the lobby. We went all out to the parking lot to get the cars.
Okay, let's stop right there. The whole crew?
Yeah.
Alright, you get cars and then Zip's in his Benz?
Yeah.
And who's in there, Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
And does she get out, or he tells her to get out, or what?
Yeah, he told me to get the handle something. Because he told me in the lobby that he had some jimmies.
Some what?
Had a jimmy.
You need one? And you get in with Foxy Brown sitting in the front seat?
Yeah, and she got out. She was wearing pink, little pink thing, and I jumped in the car. He gave me the gym.
Who was Lane and all them? I'm sorry, Greg.
He was waiting on the cars.
So they was in the valet waiting for the cars. You had already gotten in his car. And hold on a second.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
A little secret compartment.
Popped up.
Pop up, yeah.
In the armrest?
Yeah. He gave it to
Was it a Glock?
Yeah.
40?
Yeah. And I ain't ever told nobody this story, man.
Doesn't it feel good, man? Get it off your chest? It's been weighing you down, man, for 20 years.
I don't know who can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
And then you be like this, read my book.
Hey, I just want to ask one thing though. One thing. Y'all heard that story before though, before I told you.
Not that part? No, never heard that part before. No, I haven't.
About Zip?
I knew about Zip.
You know about Zip.
Gave the gun?
We
done that.
Yeah, but not about the pop-up thing.
Pop-up. Little particular things in between. But we're on track.
I'm just saying y'all knew.
We knew Zip had given the gun, but we didn't know that you went to his car to get it, so.
Stuff like that.
Let me tell you.
This dude punked me though that morning in the garage though, I ain't gonna lie. He got me good dog, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta pray me good, he good. He like, well, I got some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you to your knees.
That's what bothers me.
That's what got me, dog. Other than that, I would have went out hard. I'm gonna lose my house. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that got me though, dog. He said, "How shit gonna break your heart? Gonna break you to your knees." I already knew what it was. I said, "Oh, they got me, dog."
I gotta write that one down, man. Put that in the book.
Some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you down to your knees. Keep your
See,
teeth.
he can deliver it. I'd be like this. I got some shit that's gonna break her. It wouldn't just sound right.
You got me on that, dog. Other than that, I was like, "Fuck y'all, I'm gonna go on in, man."
Cause I know, I am you. I know how you think. I'm from the same place you from. So I know kind of what to say.
Where you from? You from the
You
neighborhood?
won't even talk about it.
You don't even want to know.
You're so proper, man. You know what? That's about education a little bit.
Yeah.
So proper.
You got me on that one, dog. Then I said, "Break my heart, then." And I thought about it all over that week. I said, "Oh, they got me, dog. They gonna give me the death penalty."
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It was a stretch, man. Get it in the stretch. But okay, will we agree?
Okay, so we get the gun out of the armrest. Zip gives you the gun. It's a 40. I assume you check it, loaded. You put you get your own ammo. How's that happen? It's already loaded or
It's
what?
already loaded. You just put one on.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then?
What's that?
Do you tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, they act like, "Y'all want us to come?" We like, we know where them motherfuckers at. They was telling us that they gonna be at the 662 club.
Who was saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. They give us a concert.
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell
He
you?
told us in the lobby when I met him in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or he just tells you, "Okay, I got
Yeah,
one."
that's when they asked to do. We need some help. I got some gym. We're like, yeah, okay, cool.
All right.
But only one gave you.
Yeah, and so KC went to go get some guns, but he never did get back with us.
So it was a lot of people out there and asking you guys, Southsiders or Lando, Like Ant and who else?
Just the East Coast is asked as far as the East Coast Crips. Then the New Yorkers asked.
That's it. Okay.
We like, we don't need y'all. We good.
Yeah. Okay. Then y'all, you get the heat. You get out of the car with Zip after everything. What do you say to him? Like, man, we're gonna handle this. Like, great.
Yeah, we're gonna go out. He's like, yeah, show the perfect timing. You know.
Okay. Then you jump out of the car, and then what happens?
I got in the van with the busters. You know what I'm saying?
Who's in the van?
Where do you put the gun? What do you do with it?
What is my thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keefe, you get in the van with who?
Corey, Wynn, Kev, Wynn cousin Tracy Sessions, and some dude from Detroit. And they was, Lane them said they had a gun up under the hood.
In the rental car?
Yeah, they put one up under the hood. So, okay, that's cool. So we go to the 626.
I'm sorry, real quick though. Lane's in the van too at that time or no?
No, they in the Cadillac.
Okay, so Lane in Cadillac with T Brown and Dre.
Yeah.
You know who's driving in? Who drove off from the hotel?
T-Brown.
T-Brown was driving the steering.
Yeah.
And y'all go with the van. This is 2 cars. Go to 662.
Yeah, the van and the Cadillac.
Go to 662.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on, Grant.
So when you guys leave the motel after you get the gun from Zip, you guys never go back to your rooms to discuss anything or anything at all. You go from the MGM, or I'm sorry, from the MGM out on the hunt for these guys. You guys never go back.
We would drop the girls off. Me and Lane did.
In at what point? Before you met with Zip or after you met with Zip?
That's a long time. I know I gave Paula money to go gamble and rush. I don't know what rush.
That was Lane's girlfriend, Rashid, or whatever.
Yeah.
Rashida.
Yeah. I know I gave Paula the money to gamble on, but yeah, then we went looking for him. We went
Just the 2 girls that you got. That's what you saying. You said the girls. Just those 2 girls, or just a lot of girls who were out there. Just Rashina and Paula.
There was a few girls out there.
Okay, with them, their whole crew.
Yeah, their crew.
Okay.
I gave her money to go gamble. Boom. We get in the car. We get in the fucking van. Go up to the 626 and Corey. They gonna kill us, dog. You know that motherfucker. You know, got the police killing motherfuckers and all that. Man, you crazy. And fuck, dude. I know dude since we played fucking football. He's a bitch. You know. They got you scared.
Did you get in the van in the valet area of the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was driving that van? You probably already answered me.
It was either Kev or Corey.
Okay.
And when we went up to the 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So they was like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van with their ass and jumped in the Cadillac. Them motherfuckers buster, they scared.
Where was the liquor store at?
What's that street? It's a highway. What's that big highway there?
Las Vegas Boulevard?
No, not that one. It's east of it.
Oh man,
Highway.
what's the one that runs behind all the hotels?
We went to Craig.
They may or may not be on that map.
That's just the intersection where they kill him. Yeah.
This east of this.
Just a little liquor store.
Yeah. It was a little, what was it, 7-Eleven or something?
Real close to the 626 club?
Yeah.
662 club?
It's a big highway. It's in Merlin Boulevard. One of them.
Okay, so you guys go to the liquor store. You're tired of listening to Corey whine. You jump into the Cadillac, and you what? You go to the liquor store. You get out of the van. You jump into the Cadillac with Lane and them guys, and then what?
We rolled up. What was that? Was that Harmon?
There is a Harmon on there. Harmon Street's on there if you can see it. Should be a Harmon Street on there. Koval, Harmon.
And where did he get shot at? On Harmon, didn't he?
I think it's Flamingo and Harmon right there. Something like that.
No, it's on this street in Harlem. He got shot. Yeah, Cobalt. We was, I think it's Merlin Parkway or something like that. Is it called that? Yeah. I think the little liquor store was right there. Then we came up, Harmon. Got the Las Vegas Boulevard. And, shit. Here they come in that BMW, like gang of cars. And brawls, Tupac. And we like, there they go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make a U. We just wanted a U-turn. And they was in the middle lane. And we just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have got away. He all hanging out. You know how he do. Oh, they would have and he ain't got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed Lane the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's my little nephew. I'm going to look out for him, you know. And he pulled on their side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on our side, I would have blasted.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear Lane.
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, give it. He popped it to us.
Now, when you first talked to you a few weeks ago, you did say that Orlando was behind the driver. Is that right?
No, Orlando was behind me.
Okay.
Dre was behind the driver.
Okay. So when you passed the gun, you passed it to Dre?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the closest to him. He you know.
He didn't want no part of it?
Yeah, he was scary.
All right.
I known him to be scary, but when I got out of jail, they said he was a bad motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, is that right? He used to feign all that shit. All that shit. Oh, what we gonna do?
Could be Dupat, his girlfriend liked to kill him.
Huh?
His girlfriend killed him, didn't she?
No.
I think you're...
No, she didn't. He just had a sinus problem.
Okay.
Okay, so Lane, so you guys pull up alongside. This is essentially, I think, what...
Yeah.
You guys pull alongside, that's essentially what you see.
Yeah.
So you had
But he had the window open. The window got up.
Oh, was it tinted or no? Or
No, he had the window up.
Okay.
So he wasn't out yelling at the girls at that time?
No, he was there, rolled back up the window and he went on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay.
Why are you looking right at me?
Fucking known each other since we were 7, 8 years old.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the
the
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside of their
Jumping
car?
in. I seen a bullet going Suge head. I thought he was dead.
You see
He
his
must
head?
have scraped him or something in the head or something.
He a piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had a thing in his head.
Yeah, a little gray.
Yeah, he got a graze on his
Yeah, I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop and keep up? Did Bolo stop the car and just let him get off?
Yeah. Then we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said. Why he boom, 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 got off, then took off.
And we made the right, and some bras in the sea breeze was following us. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window out, and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what Suge doing? Just ducking?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big. Yeah.
So you try to pass the gun to Dre, he says, fuck it, I don't want it, does he? And then you say, fuck it, Orlando takes it?
Yeah.
Or wait, you give it to Dre, and Dre gives it to Orlando.
Yeah.
Dre didn't want to do it.
And Dre's doing like this when he's shooting, is when he's getting on?
Yeah.
Leaving it back?
Yeah. And once we got out of the car, he was acting like a bitch. Then I'm like, get a hold of yourself, bitch.
Dre?
Fuck, yes.
What was he saying?
Oh, what you doing on here? Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. Roll with this,
Well, where did you go after the shooting?
Went to the Monte Carlo.
And then what?
Before we get
quick.
there, yeah.
Okay, so the shooting goes down. He's trying to get in the back seat. Suge's ducking out the way. You guys pull off, and followed by Sebring.
A sea breeze, some broads. They ain't call y'all or nothing? The broads?
I don't know. Can't hear you.
Hey, come on, man.
We were talking over. Man, we've been doing this so many times, man. Don't even try.
Sebring.
It all comes out.
Lane starts blasting back on him.
Yeah.
So he had bullets left.
Yeah.
How many rounds did you say he shot in the Tupac in the car? If you had to,
About 6 or 7.
6. And then how many times did he shoot at the girl?
Twice.
Just twice. Okay. Afterwards, when you guys are rolling, just rolling to the hotel, you go straight back to the hotel?
I was going to park the car by the carriage house.
By the carriage house? You dumped the car and just left it there for, I mean...
We left it there at the carriage, there's a parking lot on the opposite side of the carriage house. We left the car there and put the gun on the tire and left.
On the tire, front wheel tire, back tire, what?
The front tire.
And then left.
And left, yeah.
Was there any bullet holes in the car? Because somebody said somebody shot back at you from...
No, ain't nobody
nothing like
shot
that.
back.
No, there was never no bullet holes in the car.
Never.
Okay.
Which tire on the front? You're the passenger side of the
Passenger side.
When Orlando was shooting, was the gun all the way out of the car? Was it in the car at all? Do you remember?
We got the shells out of there, though.
Did I just?
Yeah, we did.
On your way to park the car? When you were leaving to go park the car?
The next day.
Next day.
Buffalo did.
So the next day, oh, you didn't go back the next day.
We rolled back the next day.
The gun was gone.
The gun was on the tire when I left.
The next day, though.
I got in my car was. Well, I was in a rental car. I don't know what they did with that after that.
Well, Keefe, man, you just got this gun from Zip. You don't want him implicated in the shooting. Now you've got a loose end because you put the gun out there on the street like that. Could come back to Zip because we don't know, and you don't know at this time whether it's registered to him, his people, whatever. That's kind of lame.
No, that's not.
Okay.
He don't give a fuck about Zip.
Yeah.
He just
No,
does.
at that time.
No, he don't think like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't thinking like that.
Well, why would you leave a gun?
He's not thinking like, y'all thinking intelligent like
Outside Las
that.
Vegas,
They
you just killed, they just did a big murder with it.
They're not thinking like that.
You want the truth or you want me to tell you a lie? You want me to lie?
No, I want the truth.
Okay, we left the fucking gun on the tire, dude. That's all. That's all. That's the last time I seen the gun.
That's the last time you saw
Yeah, they
it.
don't think like that.
You want me to lie? I can
No.
throw them out.
You don't get us anywhere.
I just can't believe you do that in Compton.
What's
No,
that?
that's what they did.
They don't think like that.
We just left it on the tire. I guess I don't know what T Brown did with it or whatever. What he got. It wasn't our concern. We did what we had to do. Boom.
Plus they don't
I drove back in
my.
my. Me and Lane drove back in the car. Went on home.
Immediately after that?
No, the next day.
So what y'all do
At the gym.
after y'all left the gun on the tire? Where'd you guys go?
We smoke weed and drink.
Yeah.
Where? At the
What?
hotel?
At the hotel.
Stay in the room?
Yeah, y'all see the surveillance?
I don't know.
Okay, the carriage, you guys park it in that parking lot. Do you walk or does the van come by and you get in the van again?
No, we walked.
Okay, you walked over to the treasure or the Monte
We
Carlo.
walked right upside that Coca-Cola place. It's a little crosswalk. They go straight to the Monte Carlo.
Okay, so you guys go back to your room.
And they pulled up in the ambulance while we was standing right there. Take our bullshit.
Who?
You guys on the street with
We on Las Vegas Boulevard at the crosswalk, and they pull up at the ambulance right next to us.
with him in the car already?
Pops in the car.
Tupac and Suge in the car.
And y'all just
This
walking.
close.
Did they see him? Chug see? He couldn't see out there ambulance because he wasn't really hurt.
They don't
They couldn't
care.
see. We didn't give a fuck. We
They know
was
they
right-
understand.
I'm talking about the ambulance was parked right here. Right next to us. That shit was funny as a bubble.
So you guys continue, you party at the Monte Carlo, you go someplace else that night, you get strip club or anything like that?
We was at the Monte Carlo.
Okay.
And you all four stay together? Y'all four stay together?
T Brown and you
Brown,
and
Ray.
Lane.
All of us, yeah, we stayed together.
By that time the band had come back around.
And, yeah, they came back.
They came back. They met you at the
They didn't
hotel?
even know we did it.
Y'all didn't tell them nothing. Y'all just act like nothing was going on.
Nothing was going
Let me say
on.
something real quick. It's weird. I know how, like the way Greg probably said, it's like, y'all just did this big thing, but to them, that dude's nothing. Y'all don't care about him. They act like, yeah. They don't just act like he's a big thing and nothing. They like, he's nothing. He's dead.
And when we got back, the war broke out. Y'all come.
We'll get to that. So you guys go back, you just party, drink, smoke. It's not really discussed. Nobody's making a big deal about it. everyone goes back to their room to go to bed. You talk to the girls about it at all?
You tell anybody?
I don't know, man. I don't get down like that, man. I ain't tell nobody shit. That's like, I tell my nephews, them, stop saying that shit. Don't be on that internet, that MySpace, man. If you saying that shit, they come, then they get that dude for Mega Average 30 years later.
I think someone went to the bathroom.
So, is that what it is?
Oh, no.
That's strong already.
You guys do that, go back to the hotel, do all the South Side. Who all was in the room afterwards? Just everybody? Corey, Kev.
Corey came later. He said, you know, Tupac is dead. Like, is that right?
Y'all laughed.
Huh?
Y'all laughed.
Yeah.
So he came in with the news that he brought the news that he had died. He thought he had died.
Nah, yeah. They said they both shot up.
Okay. All right, so that night goes by. The next morning, you guys go get up and you go back down to the Cadillac?
I didn't ever go back down to the Cadillac.
You didn't?
Some other people went.
Okay.
T. Brown, he had to go get the car.
Okay, I thought you said you and Lane drove back.
Oh, we drove that, a Century back.
Was you and him?
Car.
And your
Me
wife?
and my wife.
And she was his girl in there too?
I think she was, yeah.
Okay, so 4 of y'all.
Yeah.
But during that night, after the shooting, was there any phone calls between you and Zip or you and anybody?
No.
Nothing. It was dead that night. Nothing
Yeah.
happened.
The
No
next day,
communication.
we met at that, right here on 3rd and La Brea at that hot wing place.
So
Melrose?
Paul was like, what up?
Yeah, Melrose.
all right. So you get up the next morning, and what happened? You turn on the news. You see he's dead.
We already knew.
You already knew he's dead. Any phone calls? You call anybody? You call Zip?
And,
The next day, you
The next
Yeah.
day, he was like,
Zip called you, you called Zip.
call me. And he said, was that us? Paul kept, yeah. Then he called while we said, is that us? Yeah.
Wait. So Zip called you and said, "Is that us?"
Meet me at the hot wing place. I met him at the hot wing place. And,
Wait, so
he
wait, but you said the hot wing place is here in LA.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. So
Yeah.
you're in Vegas. You wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
All right. You turn on the news. You see he's dead, or you knew he's dead. You get a call from Zip, right?
In Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas. I'm talking about. Walk me through that morning. Who called you, or what did you do that morning?
The next morning, someone called you. Remember he was in Vegas too.
Right.
From Vegas.
We left. We got on about 10 o'clock. Then I got a call once I got back to LA. And he said, come meet him at the hot wing place. He said, Pope, come on back. And he told him, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. What were you gonna do about the car?
What was I gonna
What
do?
were you gonna do about the car, or what did you know was gonna be done about the car or the gun?
It wasn't my concern.
You didn't care about it at all. Okay.
I thought my mother-in-law had rented my car. I had to worry about her car. And he had to worry about his car, shit. And I swear, Highway Patrol was going to pull his ass over, man. Y'all was
Do you know if he had the gun with him still?
I don't know. I know the Highway Patrol was on his ass for about at least 10, 15 miles. I know he was shitting bricks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn.
And you never know what happened to the gun. After
Never
T.
knew.
Brown never talked about,
No, I never knew. Never.
Okay, so you get back to LA the next day. Zip calls you, says, meet me at the hot wing place. Where at?
Melrose.
They're my Pinks.
Melrose and Brand.
You know where Pinks is?
Yeah.
Place still exists.
All right, so you guys go over there. Zip shows up. You guys, what happens after? What's the conversation with you and Zip?
He said, Paul kept on calling, was that us? That us? And he told him, yeah, it was us. Fave called him. Woo-woo. He said, we'll go get our little money. He said, all right, I'm going to go back out there. Woo-woo.
Okay, so Puff called Zip and said, was that us? Faith called Zip and said, was that us?
Would you talk to Puff too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to Zip, when you're at the hot wing place talking to Zip,
Puff called. He
Puff
called
calls.
Yeah.
On Zip's phone or your phone?
Oh, Zip on.
And Zip gives you the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
People said, well, that's us. Zip was like, yeah, that's us.
So everybody was happy.
Yeah, man, they wanted, we needed some money, man, because y'all raided our house and took all our guns. You know what I'm saying?
So that when you talk to Puff on the phone, does he ask you, was that us?
Yeah.
And then you say, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his response?
He was happy as hell, shit.
And did you ask him then about his money? About your money, I mean? When you gonna get paid or whatever?
No, I have to say that on the phone. On Zip, go get our cash. Yeah.
Zipline handled that part.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tell Zip we need to get paid. What does Zip say? I'm going to go back home and handle it.
Yeah, I'll get back with y'all. Yeah. I said they just took our fuck, raided our house and took our guns and all that shit. So, yeah.
Okay, and the raids occur.
Then I gave a beating. That was stupid as hell. For the South Side, we gave a beating and all them motherfuckers told everything.
Well, that's when everybody in the whole hood started, you guys.
Yeah, man. I shouldn't have did that. That was the fucked up move I ever made.
And was that after the guns were taken from the hood? And, you know, police was raiding the houses, or was it before?
It was before our. I don't remember. I know we gave a meeting at the park at Cerritos. Them bitches went and told everything, man.
And everybody, both clicked. I mean, it was a temple and whatever.
All of us clicked. Yeah, all came back together. Yeah.
Yeah, man, a park in Cerritos. What's the name of that park?
Regional Park on Bell Bar. It was all in that first affidavit anyway. We read all that shit.
Okay, so you called the meeting though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We read that whole affidavit. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up.
So you called the meeting to discuss the incident?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
and everybody like, we heard you got your $1 billion, man. We gonna kick in. You gonna get your punk ass out of my face, bitch. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, so, meeting takes place, people are complaining, they want the money. You at some point, you reach out again for Zip, or how do you try to get paid?
I kept calling his ass. And, the next time we seen him was, where was his ass at?
Was he avoiding you?
Yeah. We met him at, Roxbury.
On purpose? You ran into him, or you guys had a call?
We had a meeting.
Who set that up?
I did.
So you called Zip, you finally got a hold of him, you told him I let
He said, I'm back out here, meet me at Roxbury. That club on Sunset.
Yeah.
And they was shooting pool, and them Don Woo Riders ready to beat their ass.
Who's they? Zip and who?
Zip, D-Mac, who was that? Fleetwood.
Fleetwood?
Yeah.
Do they hang with Flint?
Yeah.
Was Flint out by then?
No.
Okay, then y'all meet, and then what?
We meet?
Now, when you have a meeting, is D-Mac and Fleetwood all of them there with you guys?
No, we didn't. It was just me and him. I was talking to him. What's up with your cat? And he ain't gave it to me yet. And D-Mac told me that shit. He said, man, Zip got that money. He like, huh?
He didn't say that like though, because you thought he was still trying to get some money, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about he told me this past summer. And what's they fell out behind all that shit.
When you guys met at the Roxbury, how long, how much time passes before I'm sorry.
After that,
after
Halloween place?
No. After the shooting in Las Vegas, how long is it before you guys meet at the Roxbury? Like months?
About a month and a half.
And so he tells you that Puffy hasn't paid him yet, right?
Yeah.
All right, and what do you tell him? That, you know,
What's up?
What the fuck? I need money.
Yeah. We need money, motherfucker. They took our guns, all that shit. We need some money.
And you want to
This motherfucker got millions, more than, you know.
And your business shut down, you wasn't doing no business, nothing.
Y'all ran like Colombian out of town, man. I mean, we did. We should have did that shit. We shouldn't even met Puffy. We should have just
stay rolling, man, you know? Y'all was on my ass since 93, though.
You gave us a good run.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you at what point do you lose touch with Zip when you just realize you're not going to get paid? At some point you realize.
Once y'all got on our ass, man, that watch shit. I was on our ass, man.
Okay. So 96 comes and goes, 97, then you end up you pick up that case.
97. Man, y'all, after that shit happened, we couldn't breathe. You know that. Y'all put the heat on our ass like a motherfucker.
Okay. And then, so you end up going to prison.
Yeah.
Since you've been out of prison, have you talked to Zip?
Not one time.
And then what about Puffy?
Not one time.
Okay.
I tried to call him several times, though. That little daddy out shit.
You got messages?
Hell yeah.
They didn't call back.
I think if he would have just gave us half the money, you know what I'm saying? I would have stayed strong, like fuck it.
Okay, so a couple months ago you say you run into D-Mac. And D-Mac's, he tells you.
I like, man, call your boy, you know. Because they went to Howard together or something. I like, man, call your boy. He like, man, what's that name still mad behind? What's Zip behind that shit? Zip got that money. I like, what? He like, yeah, man, dude gave Zip the money.
Where'd you run into D-Mac at?
What street is that? By your boy, the tall guy with the Cadillac truck. What street is that off of?
Florence?
The blue Cadillac truck, man.
Oh.
I'm at a lot.
The 900 pounds.
I don't know.
Oh.
You got a lot on my mind, just like you, man.
No, off of Topanga. I met him off of Topanga at the 76 station. Yeah, Cadillac truck.
Anything?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
No.
You know what guy I'm talking about. Dudes, Detroit Pistons.
Oh.
You motherfucker.
Oh, out there in the valley. That's where you run into Darius. Okay.
Yes, the bitch.
Let me tell you what he did to me. I'm gonna tell y'all another thing I know something. Did I tell y'all? On the 40-some-thousand. This motherfucker, I threw the money in the back thing. The motherfucker say, hey, let me talk to you, dog. I went over there and talked to him, and here y'all come. I said, this motherfucker, I'm up on all that shit, dog. I said, this motherfucker got my money cracked. As I was thinking about it. He said, man, let me talk to you. Man, if the police hanging out in front of your house like that, I'm like, yeah. I said, man, that sound like the Fed. He like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. And sure enough, here come the car from by the school, and here come the other one off Glencoe. The car from school threw us off. I said, oh, here come the popo. I jumped in the car, and here come that other car. Woo! Ah! Stopped right at me, man. And grabbed him, and he like, man, look at the gun, look at the gun. I'm like, you going to jail, dude? And he like, yeah. Dude, handcuffed his ass, put him in another car, and let him go before us. I said, oh, that motherfucker snitching, man. Tell you, I'm up on all that shit, man. Y'all shit is easy, though. I swear. Yeah, they handcuffed me for it. Huh? There he go with his gun. I said, damn, what he need that for protection from me? That's a cold shit, boy.
Well, let's get back to.
Okay, you run into D-Mac in the valley a couple months, 3 months ago.
Yeah, in like August, summertime.
Talking about this year?
Yeah.
And you tell him, hey, call your boy, call Puffy.
Yeah.
And he tells you.
And Zip got paid. They fill up on that old shit. Plus, Big got killed. Shit, I better not see his ass.
Okay, they fell out behind what?
Behind the money. They behind Big got killed 6 months later. I thought y'all had a store.
I'm missing something. Yeah. Puffy and Zip fall out. Right?
Behind him making the payments to Zip.
Zip keeping the money.
Zip kept the money from us, bro.
And he didn't give it to them, and then Big got killed.
Yeah, all that. I thought y'all had. Y'all both had our back.
How do you suppose Puffy found out that Zip didn't pay you guys? How does Puffy know?
I guess he knew. When
I guess. Win seen him a couple of times.
Yeah.
Oh no, he seen the Warrior. Oh. At one of the Snoop parties out there.
In New York?
No, it was that Snoop house.
Oh, in Long Beach?
Claremont.
From his house, at his house.
Yeah. They all on pictures and everything. He came. I said, man, you didn't call me? No, dog. I thought you was on there. Motherfucker. I said, you get the number? You got the number? We call. Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Well, I want to see his ass, man. Give me the jewelry and everything, you know? Stupid motherfucker.
Okay, so Zip doesn't pay you. Puffy's pissed off because Puffy did make the payment. You have any idea what amount of money Puffy paid?
D-Mac didn't say.
Okay, so D-Mac tells you they fell out of May on that whole thing. You think that Win had probably talked to Puffy about the money at one of these Snoop Dogg parties?
I said he didn't. He just gave him the number. I heard Keefe out. We go to the number. We called him up with a number. Phone off.
Puffy gave Win his number?
Yeah. I said, you let him give you a number? That was so stupid. Why you get the jewelry? To be all, you know what I'm saying?
Collateral.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you left a message when you got the number?
What?
You called and left a message?
Yeah, he ain't answer. The man got about 50 phones. He throw that shit away. The phone's easy, man.
All right. And what about you? You also said that that Kane told you something about Zip.
Yeah, he said, Zip got the money. They fell out.
When was that? When did Kane tell you that?
When did I get out on that violation? That was 2005. Kane's name is Gregory.
Yeah.
How about Pete? How much time they gave Pete?
Pedro Hill?
Yeah.
Shit, I think he got 5-6 years, didn't he?
Ooh. Oh, damn, boy, this is a cold dude, man. The game ain't right. I advise everybody to quit, dude.
Where were you when Kane told you? Is this when you were back in Richmond, or?
Care
Oh,
only went out there one time. They said I stole $10,000. I said, bitch, I stole $10,000.
No, that's your brother saying that. That's not. Yeah.
Kevin.
That stupid ass motherfucker. You don't know I'm saving his life. $10,000. Oh, you know about that too, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so Kane tells you you're over at Kev's house 2005. Kane tells you, man, Zip got that money. How does Kane know Zip?
Just from out there in New York.
Just the New York connection?
Yeah. Everybody knows Zip. Zip's big and a mother out there, man.
Yeah. Now, you know Kane's on the run, right?
He on the run?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have any contact with him at all?
I thought his ass was snitching because he got caught with 12 keys.
Yeah, he bugged out on that.
He did?
Yeah.
I ain't got no contact. He be up in Baltimore. Right there by that school.
By the way, do you know if Gregory Brooks, if his people back in Baltimore are the Brooks brothers that were in the newspaper like a couple years ago behind that big bus?
No.
You don't know if that's his brothers?
No. Gregory, just my cousin.
Okay. Yeah, I know he was sending stuff to Baltimore, but wasn't he, the Brooks brothers from Baltimore, you don't know who they are?
No, he ain't kidding me.
Okay.
Yeah, his brother named Garfield. And he phone company, man. Gregory quit. Gregory, Craig, all of them. All my older brothers and shit quit that shit. Yeah.
My grandsons, both of them in jail. One of them in jail. Right?
Yeah.
They
Trayvon.
banging and stuff, huh?
Y'all is up our ass, huh?
Yeah, man. Lil Lane better watch out. Craig's brother, he out there. Why you gonna stop him from doing what he doing? He out there banging and stuff, ain't he?
Who?
Craig's little brother. They call him Lil Lane or whatever. Craig's son.
They call him Little Lane?
Something like that.
No, they don't.
Mando or some shit. I don't know.
Something like that. Baby Mando?
Yeah.
So I think one of the last things is, what makes you think though that now that you'd be able to talk to either like Zip or somebody in person?
Keefe D,
I know you. Okay, I got you. I know you're Keefe D, but listen, they had a fall. Seriously though, I mean this is.
Man, I would go ask Puffy, man. I would go back up.
Hold on, let me say something.
All right. Puffy's Puffy, you're Keffe D. Puffy's Puffy, okay? And now he knows that, you know, you can't afford to be making any mistakes right now about the ghosts that are in his closet. And, you know, all of a sudden Keffe D comes up out of nowhere and starts wanting to talk about the murder of Tupac.
He couldn't really come like that.
I ain't gonna come back. Give me my money, man.
No, my money. But I'm saying, I'm just, from my standpoint, he wouldn't just come up to him like that. He'd have to create a scenario where he'd feel comfortable.
Then let's talk about creating
Like, I give you an
a scenario.
example of what I would think. Like, maybe like...
All right, y'all find out where he at in the club.
No, listen to me. You wouldn't just have him just pop up on a dude.
No.
You create a situation maybe like where Keefe was in town, he was doing well, maybe Keefe had a business and that he was putting together, a clothes business or something like that. He'd come at him like that, and then they would kick it, and then the conversation would come up. I mean, you wouldn't just have him just walk up on him like that.
Right. We don't know how to create that. That's why we need your guys.
Because, I mean, Puffy,
You want my input?
give me an example. Let me finish.
Exactly what I want. Is your how many you think you can have?
No.
I've been looking for his ass. Believe me.
You know that too, right?
Yeah. When I run into at the club, when he got that walk of fame, motherfucker, I was right there.
But what I'm saying is,
That's dark.
But what I'm saying
There was too many of y'all around here.
He's not going to just give you a straight conversation. He's going to feel comfortable. So you got to create something that's comfortable for him. I mean, I know how you're thinking, but it's been a while. He's sophisticated. He's scared. I'm just saying maybe you have to create some type of... They know they don't want to mess with you. They don't want you coming at them wrong.
He embraced it when? You know what I'm saying? He ain't, you know what I'm saying?
He cool like with women like that?
Yeah, he gonna embrace the shit out of us.
Okay, I don't know why Court got quiet. Right, that was like, it's still playing. All right, so since it didn't just come right back in, let's just read those lines. All right.
With women like that?
You know what I'm saying? He ain't, you know what I'm saying?
He cool like with women like that?
Yeah, he gonna embrace the shit out of us.
And this is, yeah, he gonna embrace the shit out of him, I swear. Speaker 2 says, what about Zip? Would you be able to approach Zip? Higgins says, Zip ain't gonna mess with you. Davis says, I just stopped going out. Stop doing that type of life. I stayed in prison. Dupree says, that's what got you in jail. Higgins says, but then you're saying what? Like, what type of setting it would be good for you to come in? You can't just come in with a jean t-shirt and a hat on and stuff. A jean t-shirt. You'd be you'd be dressed nice. You got a nice car. And then it says there's crosstalk. Let's see if that, if we get sound back after this bit. All right, then Davis says, I'll get the crew, our team, Dirt Rock, Win, all of us. Go up there, our team. You know what I'm saying? Our new team. Y'all be partying, huh? And then it says crosstalk again. I was a running cop dog, fake crew. Oh, y'all have enough? Fake crew, huh? Yeah, man. Get our new crew. We're going to be able to do that. And then it says crosstalk again. I don't know why the sound cut out. I mean, maybe it's just... Lawn Crime's the media pool, so I don't know why their sound would be out. Speaker 2 asks, which one would be easier to approach, Zip or Puffy? Higgins says Puffy, because he's going to be scared anyway, kind of like, huh? Davis says, yeah, he's going to embrace it. I'm serious. Oh, my N-word, hoo-hoo. Or maybe it's like, woo-woo. I'm starving, I need my cash, I'm starving out here. But... hold on, this is me talking now. Didn't he say earlier he would let it fly? He said earlier he would just let it fly, and they asked him, like, you just let that money go? But okay. Speaker 2 says, can you come at him? Can you come at him like that? Davis says, yeah, man, I need... And then there's crosstalk. Oh yeah, 700 million. Higgins says, but we probably need a couple non-tape conversations for the cast that we get. You know, we're probably going to get a little bit pennies on the side. No, we're kidding. Look at me. Davis says, I'll just start it back. Go on back out. Speaker 1 says, yeah, let me ask you this. Let's say we get you out to New York. What is your reason for being out in New York? Higgins, see, y'all can't just create something like you had a business or something, you know, maybe like something. If you're using record business, you got to create some reason to be there. Davis says, he moved out of here, though. Speaker 1 says, did he? Davis said, he moved out of here. Speaker 1, dude got a place out here? Davis, yeah. And then there's crosstalk. I'm LA now. Woo, 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 woo. Higgins says, oh, so yeah, he could be in a restaurant or something. He could come. Davis said, then I was seeing this little commercial. All right, we're back. Thank God. So I can stop this.
Then I was seeing this little commercial. I'm like, you motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I'm king of the world.
No, he got me in trouble the first time. Didn't he though? So Ziggy said.
So you don't have to go to New York. You can do it here.
Yeah.
We're talking two different things. New York would be Zip.
Yeah.
Zip's out there, and he's going to be staying out there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a club out there. He can always.
Yeah, he got a club. Oh, I can go there. Because he like, every time my folks go out there, he, like, Brian, he's vice president right up under Jermaine Dupri. He went out there, him and the dude named Ramon, they went out there, oh, y'all Keefe D boys. Oh, come on. He rolled out the red carpet for him. Got him drinks and everything. And they the one told me about the club. Then this other broad I was fucking, she said, got a 3-story beauty salon. Everybody, I was like, them motherfuckers is rolling. Said he got the fan on, a Bentley and all that. Said he rolling like hell.
You see any advantage to maybe starting off with just having another encounter with D-Mac?
Yeah.
Start off with that, and then D-Mac can put it in Puffy's ear that you kind of...
I'm looking for it. All right, I'll get on it real fast.
No, we'll handle that. We'll set that up.
Okay.
Okay, because what ends up happening is if you take control of the situation, you start making some progress we're not ready to deal with yet, then,
Basically, you don't have to do anything.
Just take the time.
Yeah, it takes time. We'll tell you when you need to be somewhere and make arrangements.
All right.
And,
that'll put it in his ear because he do go get D-Mac every time he come out here.
Okay.
That's my boy, yeah.
Okay. All right, well then on to, I think that's a wrap for that whole entire event. These are two of the girls that Darren found.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
How long is our meeting going to be today? Do we have a time frame?
We're out of here in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, do you know how to get a hold of DMAC right now?
Attorney Higgins seems like he was just sitting there doing nothing this whole time. Some of his questions, he seemed more like one of the law enforcement officers, if you ask me. But Higgins is supposed to be the attorney.
You're more than welcome.
You can get a hold of DMAC.
Stay long if you want.
Knows what?
Great. Yeah,
Basketball player buy weed from him every day.
All right, that's cool.
Tell Tommy he can buy some weed from
You know
him.
these
Barbershop
girls.
over on 3rd or Beverly?
Ooh.
I've got that D-Mac.
That's all girl.
I've got that.
You know her, right?
Yeah, I know where he's at. and where he's going.
Look at that. She got fat.
Yeah, that's the wrong.
What about this one here?
Yeah, he can get the.
That's the one that big phone?
How old is this picture right here?
Okay, are those the two girls that were in the vibe
club.
party that night?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are their names?
And go squeeze
Right here.
DJ Quick by the balls. I'm serious, he get that shit up quick.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Those two girls, you see
What's their
there.
name?
What are their names?
Michelle and Jewel.
Yeah, and the others were the two girls that you talked about
At the
being
party.
in the vibe party that night and,
Yeah.
and getting close to
Yeah.
Puffy and Biggie,
All
is that right?
All that, yeah. They was ones to set that shit up.
For sure. Now you know that from being there, or you know that from
That's
after?
it.
Being there, dog.
Okay.
I'm not telling you, dog.
Did you get any other insight on that from anybody else, or you Keefe D? People
We know
told
the
you?
streets, dog.
So you just saying from that alone?
He said he watched
They was out of place. They
there.
shouldn't have been there in the first
They
place.
from Death Row, so
Yeah, they
he
ain't
said
got
when
no
we seen
business
him, it
there.
was odd.
Then boom, the fire marshals come. We left Big Pete and what's his name out there, Sporty, outside the club because we didn't have enough passes. So I was going out there checking on them.
Don't put that on these notes. Because
That was just a sidebar.
These are different topics or something.
We was down. Fire marshal was down there. The Big Pete and Sporty from Great Street was down there, and I went down there to check on them. Then the fire marshal said they was gonna close the place. Bloods was out there. It was ready, dog.
We gonna get into all that another time, man. But that's some stuff we gotta touch on too.
Yeah.
These are the pictures in there. All right, get your freaking flyer tomorrow. We're ready, man.
All right.
What's that tag? I'm gonna see you sooner or later. So
One last thing.
see me. Come on. I'm gonna see you sooner or later, man.
You and Eddie were Sellies, right?
Yeah, we honky.
Where were you guys? That was in.
Marvelous. But I wanted to ask you something. But, excuse me.
What do you know his last name to be?
Samuel Samuels.
Huh?
Samuel Samuels.
Samuels.
Samuel Samuels.
Oh, okay.
He asked the question. I find anything else.
I want to ask you one more thing. I know you probably went on vacation in 93. Okay? I need to know this. 93. You were for a while.
We're back in court.
Okay, it appears as though Exhibit 117 is now over. Anything else that you wanted to present today, State?
No, 2009 is not as long, but I think we just give them a break now.
Okay, sounds good. At this time, we will recess for the evening. We're coming back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you back tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Is that for sure?
And remember, the 2009 statement is going to be the one that takes place in Vegas, but Dupree with LAPD is also present for that one, which is why he authenticated it yesterday when he was on the stand.
The record jury has exited. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up day 4. I will be working on my notes. I'll see what I can get done tonight. But like when I put my notes over here, it doesn't carry over timestamps and links, and I want to get all the media, like exhibits, put in. And I'll have day 4 and probably day 5 whenever I get this done. And then I'll be updating it day to day as we go. I have to get caught up because I had power issues and that kind of just threw me off track. But that wraps day 4. Because it was a half day. Tomorrow is going to almost be a full day. We're starting on time, 9 Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. And they're going to end about an hour and a half early, but it's going to be a pretty substantive day. I see why the defense attorney has been asking certain lines of questions the way he's been asking them. A big example for me, based on what we just heard in this 2008 proffer from Duane Davis, from Keffe D, when he's discussing, like, did y'all see us in the restaurant? Did y'all see us in the restaurant? When someone's trying to sell their story because they're looking for benefits, and AUSA is sitting in on this interview, this proffer, and he has 25 to life as sentencing exposure hanging over him for federal drug charges. And he's trying to give them information that they will not only think is good enough to give them benefits. We have to help you enough. What did Detective Thorpe call that in the YSL trial when he was speaking with Woody? But in any case, he needs to make sure that not only is it good enough information, but that it's believable, that they believe him. So to me, the way I interpreted Duane Davis asking more than once, did y'all see us in the restaurant? Even though he couldn't answer on his own who all was in the restaurant, he would just say all of us and then wait for names to be fed by, usually it was Dupree giving the answers. And then Kading would jump in and like ask a question, kind of like, wait, how does that make sense? Well, if you remember when we had some of the MGM employees take the stand and we went through some of the surveillance footage on day 2, the defense attorney, Michael Samp, was asking questions, getting real specific about, all right, here's the layout. Where's these cafes? Where's the Coyote Cafe? Where these individuals who did the security reports, where were they supposedly standing? And oh, they're standing in this wedge between the restaurant and like the check-in and elevator let-out area. And the defense is getting very specific, asking a bunch of questions to the point where the chat's like, all right, this is kind of, why are we asking all these questions? What are we doing? This is drawn out. But the defense attorney is very familiar with what's said in this proffer. So right now, it seems like we're supposed to believe that everybody was right there and just watched Orlando get his ass beat, quite frankly, and nobody did anything about it. And nobody has any video footage of all of these other individuals sitting in that restaurant that night. Like, to me, it just makes Michael Sam's approach more clear. And I would imagine, I don't know if another witness would be the best place to ask those questions, because maybe when Dupree's back on the stand, Dupree might just give him word salad. But in closing arguments, he could make a closing argument just going through what was stated in the proffer, because the proffer itself, the recording, is evidence. And then compare it with the forensics and the surveillance. And even other things that just don't make sense. One of the things Keefe D starts going on about, because everything just becomes a tangent when he starts answering MySpace gangsters, he starts talking about how some of the beef with like Orlando Anderson and anybody else that was in and out of that, he was finding out about it. You could read it on MySpace. Were people using MySpace like that before Orlando Anderson was killed? Like, that just cannot be true. That just cannot be true. And then so many other things. We have this mention of Faith, presumably Faith Evans, because we're dealing with the context of Puffy, Biggie Smalls, we're meeting at this hot wing joint. Almost like a debrief, right? Diddy, first of all, Greenblatt's, when we hear the mention of Greenblatt's, it's closed now, but it was a celebrity hotspot. So it would be really weird to me that if a celebrity was ever there, that there wouldn't be like paparazzi photos, because a celebrity hotspot, it's kind of the type of venue that someone looking for a photograph, they'd be parked outside waiting for any celebrity to show up. Diddy already had a name for himself, so kind of hard for me to imagine. Like, is there a picture out there? I don't know. State hasn't presented it. But is there a picture at all of Diddy going to this Greenblatt's, where Keffe D, throughout the course of this interview, he's talking about one occasion, the specific occasion where he's offered money to take out Tupac. At first he says, we wanted $1 million, and he was offering this, and we eventually talked him up. And then later, the same conversation, he describes the opposite way. It's Diddy that just came out with $1 million as his offer, when normally in the hood we would kill somebody for like 12 or 15K. That's it. But Diddy just came out and just on his own offered $1 million. Like, the story contradicted itself by the time we got through the end of this recording. Like, and then the meeting itself, and one of the detectives must have realized it wasn't adding up, because the meeting in the context of this conversation, this one meeting, he describes at first there were like 3 of us there, like it was Zip, him, and Puff. And then it expands to being a lot more people there. Everybody's there. And then he narrows it down after that and just says it's just him and Puff that are there. And one of the detectives asks a question about it, and then all of a sudden Keefe D is like, oh, multiple times. We met there multiple times. Because that's a way to, like, to me, create a safety blanket for your inconsistencies. Now they can't pin you down if you change your story on one meeting, just say you gave different stories because there were multiple meetings. Like, and at some point in my notes, and usually when I do my documents, like what we're looking at here, before I share it, I re-listen to a lot, and I especially try to get spellings right, dates and times correct, and little details. And then I bounce it across my notes. My notes today, instead of just kind of transcribing what I was hearing, became a list of things that just don't add up to me. And it was a lot of things. So supposedly Faith Evans calls. Faith, we'll just say Faith, because he didn't say Evans, right? We'll just say Faith. But the purpose of him telling this group for this proffer that she called was just to say that she and somebody else were both calling, was that y'all? Meaning we saw the news and we also believe it would be you guys that did this. So sprinkling in the idea that somebody else also believes the story you're telling can be a liar's way, a liar's strategy to convince somebody else that they're telling the truth. Because, oh, somebody else thought the same thing. They already knew it was us, and I'm telling you it was us. So that stood out to me. The Foxy Brown story. It's my understanding that the state has tried to speak with her, but I do not remember, and I'm gonna have to review this when I do my rewatches or whatever. I don't remember the state mentioning Foxy Brown in opening, and I gave the state compliments for this. I said I think whatever their theory of the case is, I think they did a good opening. They spelled out what they think happened the night of the fight and what happened with the shooting. I do not remember them at one time at all mentioning a vehicle swap where Keefe D gets in a vehicle to grab something out of the glove compartment after Foxy Brown steps out. So my only assumption I can draw from that is that that's not a detail that they were able to corroborate. And that's a big detail. That's a big detail. Because if it's not true, then it sounds like it's somebody who's in a proffer trying to sell a story, and he's throwing names in of people who he knows are associated with those people. And in his mind, you're going to believe the story I'm telling you because these are real names of real people that you know to be associated with these other figures. I think the state has major, major problems with this, more than I ever could have imagined a week ago. I did not think that this proffer would be that ridiculous. And then the details with the Glock. The details with the Glock came from, I don't remember if it was Dupree, but it was somebody else in that room. You didn't have Keefe D come out and say, this was the type, this was the caliber. You had one of the detectives, because I think it was Dupree, saying, was it a Glock? It was a .40 caliber, right? So we're not even getting the critical details from the supposed person that finally told us what happened. And I can only imagine that's why they didn't. Nothing stemmed from this proffer that turned into a prosecution in 2008. And the lies are just unbelievable. The lies are just so unbelievable. I'm not trying to defend Keefe D, but I'm just saying, these lies are so bad that I don't see how the state can lean on this to say, yes, this is how we want you to convict somebody on the charges that we are bringing in this matter, which are first-degree murder as a principle, alleging that Keefe D planned, coordinated, orchestrated the Tupac shooting. And this is our proof. This is how we are proving it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Don't go on the internet. Oh my gosh. When did MySpace come out even? Maybe it was in the development days at that point. But were people chatterboxing on even when something's in development, it doesn't really pick up until a few years anyway. It's just. And there was more. The girl's car, right? So when Ingrid Stokes testified, the defense attorney asked about, and he also asked the CSA, the crime scene analyst, who looked at the forensics, the damage to different vehicles or whatever they found in the road. Or not the analyst, the Las Vegas officer who was relying on the CSA's report. When we saw the pictures of the cones, the defense attorney asked both those witnesses about damage to other vehicles. including Ingrid Stokes' vehicle, the Sebring, the Sebring, the Seabreeze, whatever we're going to call it. And there were no shots. There was no damage to those vehicles. The girls ducked down because obviously they heard gunshots. So scary moment no matter what. But here you have Keffe D in 2008 saying these girls are following behind him in a Seabreeze. Following behind him in a Seabreeze, and that they get up out of there. The girls dip out of there because they shot their car up as well. Their windows blew out. Like, it just doesn't make sense. He says he waited around for the ambulance to arrive to treat Suge Knight and Tupac. Like, it's a lot. Phil, if you're heading out of here, have a good one. And then I see you come back in with a Sebring. I promise I'm just pronouncing it the ways that they've said it in trial because the one officer called it a Sebring. And then during the proffer, it was a Seabreeze, which I think is a theme park. So, but yeah. So just having fun with that one. And Ingrid Stokes properly. She identified the car correctly. What else? Oh, what really stood out to me, he described Suge Knight, right? So you have somebody here trying to convince law enforcement that they have firsthand knowledge. They witnessed with their own eyes. I'm your resource. I'm your informant. You need to give me this plea deal on my other case because you need to rely on me for this other stuff. I know it all. I can help you close the Tupac case. It'll be great. He described Suge Knight as, yeah, he had a thing on his head too. Do you describe, if you're describing what you saw firsthand with your own eyes when someone just got shot, do you say he had a thing on his head too? Or does that sound like, and it's so funny because I'm pretty sure Michael Sampt used those words, and Suge had a thing on his head. He used those words when he was questioning either James or Reggie. I don't remember which one. But now I realize the reason he used those words is so I would, maybe the jury too. But when you hear that phrasing, he pulled that phrasing out of this proffer. Because to me, it sounds like someone describing they saw a bandage on someone's head. So while they're trying to recall what they're trying to present as firsthand, contemporaneous, the immediate aftermath of the shooting, his memory is actually only able to recall the point of time where Suge Knight was already treated and had some type of bandage over wherever he got grazed. Like, that's exactly how I took it. And I'm pretty sure that's why Michael Sampt asked the question of Reggie or James that way. Because the question was to the effect, and Suge came back to 662 that night, right? And then like one of the follow-up questions was, and at that point, did he have like a thing on his head? So, let's see. I think I already mentioned earlier the part of the interview where they say they're going to follow up with the surviving member who was supposedly also in the car, and this was in 2008, and then they never actually do that. Like, we get that information from yesterday's testimony, that they never followed up with who they say they're going to follow up with. Even though I'm pretty sure that person's alive for another 5 years before he dies. Oh, the car and the van, the vehicle being left on the side of a building with a gun on the tire. I mean, I don't know. Kind of seems weird to do all that. And then, like, stay the night. And not get out of town. His Airness says he said he saw the bullet go in Suge's head. I mean, that's not something that even popped out to me, but now that you pointed out, like... And was it James or was it James that was like, he ain't get shot in the head? Like, someone pushed back against that description. Another witness, specifically. No. Blessed Mountain Man says, what if Tupac was a surprise state witness? I'm alive, y'all. The hologram option. Don't forget about the hologram option. I'm sure that's come a long way since the first hologram was used in a performance. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so it was just... It's a lot. It's a lot. And both sides, it seems like the state and the defense are in agreement on one thing, that Keefe D is a liar. And the issue is, when is he lying? When is he telling the truth? Is he telling the truth when he says he was the shot caller who met with Diddy one-on-one? Sometimes it's 3 people, sometimes it's a group of people. And Diddy offered him $1 million, or he asked Diddy for $1 million. Do we believe him then? Or do we believe him when he says he made this up to make money on a podcast? And to get benefits when he was sitting in this proffer in 2008? Because I'm excited to see what's exactly in the 2009 proffer. But leading up to this case, it seems very heavily like the state is dependent mostly on this 2008 proffer and the overlap with some of the details and what's in the 2019 Compton Street Legend book. So, and will it get worse? Will it get worse? Oh my goodness. So, I think that's it. I think we'll call it there, you guys. That's kind of some of it. I also think it's not so believable that if somebody was supposed to pay you $1 million and doesn't, you just like let that go. Like you just forget about it. And like in the beginning of the interview, they asked him about that. Who cares? You just let money go. And he was like, yeah. But then later on, maybe he evolved his answer to that type of thing, realizing maybe that's not a strong sentiment to have because it's not really that believable. If you're supposed to be a shot caller, you should be making sure you collect. So by the end of the interview, changes it up a little bit. And he's like, well, Biggie did die 6 months later. But what work does that do when now we have a stipulation in court that the court and law enforcement, nobody believes that Davis had anything to do with Biggie's killing? So it's almost like he started to hint at having knowledge of why Biggie was taken out because some payment wasn't made good on. Because he realized earlier in the interview they were skeptical of his statements because he let unpaid dues go by unchecked. So there we go. I think that was my last major point of skepticism. I'll probably think of more as we move on. But guys, thank you. Whenever they play recordings, I always think it's kind of... this one wasn't so bad audio-wise. That static was kind of annoying. But thank you for going through it with me. I loved all of your reactions in the chat. Mike saying goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good one. Have a good one. And yeah, so Mavka tuned out. You have to replay it. We've got to restart, Mavka. Yeah, Abdi, I can't get over the Foxy Brown thing either. I do believe the state tried to talk to her, and I don't think that that's something that they corroborated. So, again, that's a... whether you want to call it a +1 or a -1, that's a mark on the credibility board. So if we're supposed to find this 2008 proffer reliable, because this is what's supposed to get us over the reasonable doubt burden, is it doing the lifting it needs to do? Is it doing the lifting it needs to do? So we'll see what day 5 holds. Again, see you at 9 Pacific. 12 noon Eastern for almost a full day. Hope everyone has a good night and see you in like less than 24 hours. Bye guys.